Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have episode 23 of Horror Stories with no mid-roll ads. I hope you all enjoy it. Really quick, in case you're wondering why this intro is on camera, I'm going to try to get through this really quickly. Quite a few channels have been getting demonetized lately. I think what's going on, I don't know this for fact, so don't quote me. I think YouTube is trying to get rid of all of the AI narration channels out there. There's so many of them that have popped up over the past couple years. And unfortunately, quite a few channels that have like actual people narrating the stories and writing the stories are being falsely hit. My channel's currently unaffected. I haven't gotten any emails. The channel is still monetized as of right now, but this is my way of dotting my I's and crossing my T's so that if my channel ever comes under review, they can see that I'm a real person and hopefully I keep my monetization. You all know what we've been doing on this channel for a while now. There's one ad when you click on the video, one after the intro, and then there are no more ads until the video is completely finished. That way, you have 2 hours of horror stories, uninterrupted. You can just relax. You don't have to click through any ads, nothing like that. And I really don't want to lose what little income I currently have off this channel. So my way of hopefully combating that is just from here on out, I'm going to record these intros on camera. I will not be recording the stories on camera. I don't think it's necessary, and I also just really don't want to. I didn't get into this to be famous or to be a personality. I just really like sitting in the corner of my bedroom at night, turning on the microphone and telling horror stories. That's all I want this channel to ever be. So hopefully this is my way of continuing to be able to do that. Just making sure, you know, that way if my channel ever comes under review, they can see I'm a real person, and hopefully, you know, no issues arise. So that's that. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. We have some really awesome stories tonight. Enjoy them right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more ad breaks after that one. And hopefully in future videos there will be an ad break after the intro, because, you know, I want to at least earn a little bit. I do spend a lot of time on these videos, so yeah, probably an over explanation. Narrator, by the way, I've been doing this like 10 years, can't even get through a sentence, but yeah, I hope you all enjoy. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I used to work nights at the 24-hour shell on the edge of Elmwood. Flickering sodium lights, the diesel stench that never quite left your clothes. The clock above the register, stuck 3 minutes behind. Like even time was too tired to move. A typical shift was nothing. Count the same pack of Marlboros for the 3rd time at 4 a.m. Listen to the coffee machine gurgle like it was dying. Watch moths spiral into the bug zapper outside until the pop 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 sounded like distant gunfire. Sometimes a regular drunk, old Ray would stumble in. Buy a tall boy and a single scratch-off he never won. He'd scratch it with his thumbnail, mutter next time, and shuffle back into the dark. Routine. Safe. Boring enough to make you forget how empty the street sounded at 3 a.m. The scratch-off machine sat in the corner like it had always been there. Bulky, beige, older than me. Customers started calling it lucky after the first few big hits. Mr. Harlem came in every Tuesday like clockwork. Always the same. Marlboros, 1 ticket, scratched slow and deliberate with a nickel he kept in his pocket. Purposely stored. He'd hum tunelessly while he worked the foil, like he was coaxing the win out. One night he hit $50, tipped me a 10, said, "See? Patience wins." Next week, $100. He started scratching slower each time, eyes fixed like he was afraid to miss a silver flake. Harlan stopped coming by after he won a few more times. Odd for a routine-driven guy like him. Sheriff Rowland stopped by now and then, always for a blue raspberry slushie mid-shift. "This stuff never gets old," he said with a blue smile. I asked him about Mr. Harlan, given that this was the 2nd Tuesday he didn't show. "Mind if I ask you something, Sheriff?" He set the slushie on the counter, adjusted his glasses. Long as it's not about parking tickets. Harlan used to come in every Tuesday, always the same time. I haven't seen him since he won a bunch of scratch-off tickets. This is the third week in a row. Roland watched the machine while I talked. Didn't look at me once. Trailer was empty when his employer reported him missing, he finally said. The lights in the house were all burning, and the fridge door open. That's weird. Anything out of the ordinary? I asked. His jaw tightened, just a little. Winning tickets on the dining room table, he said, like somebody left in a hurry. I pointed toward the corner where the machine rested. They came from that machine. He took a long pull from the straw, eyes still on the screen with his spectacles reflecting the light it emitted. People who catch a break don't always leave a forwarding address, he said. Some folks take the chance to disappear. He picked up the slushie and headed for the door. You worry too much, he added. This town does that to people. I watched him go. But the problem was, Mr. Harlan wasn't the only one who'd caught a break, and he wasn't the only one who'd stopped coming back. Tammy from the diner across the street used to come in after her graveyard shift, still in her uniform, smelling of grease and cheap cigarettes. She'd buy a ticket, scratch it fast like it owed her money, laugh when she lost. After her $200 win, she started showing up later and later, alone, eyes glassy. This machine knows me, she told me once. Voice low, quit her job the next day. No one saw her after that. Another case was Jake, the mechanic, loud enough that you always heard him before you saw him. A loud guy, always mentioned about how he just needed one more win to finally fix the shop for good. One night he hit $500, the biggest payout I ever saw from that machine. A week later, Jake was dead. His truck went straight off the ravine on Dew Pass. The news spread through town like the flu. People whispered about it. No skid marks. No swerve. Just tire tracks. Arrow straight. Disappearing over the edge. Most folks settled on the obvious explanation. That he was drunk, blacked out. Another senseless accident. But anyone who knew Jake knew better. He loved two things more than anything else. His truck and his work. Mr. Jones loved it. Sales tripled. He hung a little handwritten sign above the machine. Our lucky scratchers. With a winking emoji sticker. When I mentioned how many winners had vanished, he smiled that small, polite smile and said, People win. They move on. Life changes. You should play too, Night Boy. Maybe your luck is waiting. He said it the same way someone offers you a mint after they've already slipped something in your drink. I thought about it longer than I should have. Tried to line things up. Still came up with loose ends. 3 people. Same routine. Same machine. All of it breaking the same way after they won. I told myself there were explanations. People change. People make bad decisions when money shows up. That's what everyone says. But Jake loved that truck. Loved it enough that he wouldn't even drink if he planned on driving it home. He lived 2 blocks from his shop, close enough to walk, so why did he drive up the mountain? I knew that there was only one way to find out what the hell was going on. I started testing tickets on slow shifts. First time I hesitated, stood there staring at the dispenser like it might bite. Just one. I told myself. See if it's really lucky. Use the same quarter every time. Same spot at the counter. Same slow scratch. The wind felt like a tiny electric kiss. Sharp, a rush. Followed immediately by cold nausea crawling up my throat. It was the same feeling you get when you deliberately do something you're not supposed to. After the rush, it felt like the foil was scraping something inside my skull. My hands started shaking the way Tammy's hands shook. Convinced myself it was the energy drink. One slow night I tried to warn a guy, middle-aged, quiet, buying a stack for his wife's birthday. Hey man, I said, keeping my voice casual. Maybe skip these tonight. Weird stuff's been happening with winners. He laughed. You trying to scare off business? Mr. Jones appeared from the back, calm as ever. He's joking. Play if you want. Luck's luck. The guy bought them anyway. Never saw him or his family again. The machine started acting in a way that it wanted to be observed. Screen lagging on animations, like it was thinking. Dispenser clicking when no one was near it. Soft, expectant. Every time when I turned my back to stock shelves, my skin prickled like someone was staring, as if a shadow was lurking behind me, a felt presence from a specific direction. My spatial awareness sharpened to a painful clarity. The bug zapper outside fell into sync with my breathing. Pop on the inhale, pop on the exhale. Each crack of electricity landed somewhere deep in my chest. Every sound and smell arriving amplified, distorted, wrong. I could feel each electrical impulse firing through my synapses, as if my nerves were no longer my own but part of the current itself. One night, the power dipped. Everything died except the machine. Its screen stayed bright, cycling slower. I leaned close. For half a second, the text changed. I win. Then back to normal. I would never forget the time a kid, maybe 19, came in around 3 a.m. He bought 10 tickets with crumpled 20s, scratched them one after another at the counter. The sound was intimate, slow scrape, scrape, scrape of coin on foil, each layer peeling back with a faint metallic sigh. The smell of fresh scratch-off film filled the air, powdery, chemical, distinctive. He won every single one. Laughed so hard he started coughing. Bought more tickets, then continued scratching. Like he couldn't stop. His fingers sped up, then slowed again, careful, deliberate. I knew something was wrong before his eyes went empty. He was smiling. He never stopped smiling. By the time I followed him outside, he was sitting in his Civic with the engine running, just staring down at the tickets spread across his lap. The smile was still there, pulled wider than it should have been, like his face had forgotten how to relax, or how to look normal. I watched the clock over the register roll forward and back again. He didn't move for almost an hour. I tapped the window. Nothing. His mouth moved, stretching soundlessly, working at words that never came, mucus pouring out of his mouth, dilated pupils which can only be associated with the effect some kind of extreme drug. I called for an ambulance. They didn't arrive for 3 hours. By then his hands were locked around the tickets, fingers curled like tight claws. The paramedics had to peel them loose one by one. After the incident, I couldn't sleep without dreaming about his face. Not screaming, not in pain, just that euphoric, vacant expression. I kept thinking about it afterwards. He was fine before he bought the tickets. I broke in on my night off. I still had the spare key from closing. The store was pitch black except for the machine's haze. Its glow pulsed softly, slow and inconsistent, like it was breathing. I stood there longer than I meant to, weighing consequences I already knew I would ignore. I was drawn to it, to the light, to the smell of freshly printed hard paper, to the shimmer of silver foil, and the dry whisper it made when peeled away. My mouth watered. The hair along my arms and neck stood on end. Tears pooled in my eye sockets as the urge to scratch and win swelled until it filled every inch of me. I acknowledged it, communicated with it without words. I wanted to obey it. Then a moment slipped past. What felt like a trance, a waking daydream where my body simply took over. My arm reached out on its own, fingers closing in on the print button. I tore myself away and yanked the plug from the wall, heart hammering. The cord came free cleanly. The screen stayed lit. "The hell?" I whispered. I grabbed the broom from the storeroom and struck the screen. It answered with a dull, hollow thump. Something sounded back. A voice. Very close. Very patient. What came out of the machine could only be described as a distorted grunt. It spoke my name, first, middle, last, slowly, like it was reading from an old report card. Then it said my mother's name, the way she used to when I was little and in trouble. Soft, disappointed. The air thickened with the smell of it, powdery, metallic scratch-off foil, undercut by something wetter, like coins left too long in a corpse's pocket. I froze. I clamped my hands over my ears, desperate to shut out the lie. It didn't sound like her, but I recognized it. Her. It. The noise swelled anyway, forcing its way through the gaps between my fingers. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for something terrible. Light burned through my eyelids, searing white. I gave in to the weight of my body and folded forward, burying my head between my knees. This was it. Then it stopped. The light, the sound. I opened my eyes slowly. The store was full of cops. Mr. Jones told the cops I'd had an episode. He showed them the footage, me standing alone in the dark, perfectly still, eyes fixed on something that wasn't there, whispering for 20 minutes straight. I didn't remember any of it. Not the words, not the time missing. Nothing. The cops gave me a warning and left it at that. No charges, no paperwork, just looks. Mr. Jones stood beside them the whole time, calm, smiling softly. When they turned to go, he gave me a little wink, like we shared something. I told myself I was grateful. Word spread fast. It always does in towns like this. Night Boy lost it. People started asking if I was okay. The way you ask someone with a rash if it's contagious. Mr. Jones stayed too calm. Customers complained about the missing machine. He told them it was under repair. It never came back. A few days later, I drove past the Shell at 2 a.m. Again, lights off except the corner window. A faint glow leaked out. The kind that doesn't come from fluorescent tubes. The silhouette inside was wrong. Too still, too patient. A new machine, maybe. Or the same one, just rolled to the next stop on the line. Someone stood at the counter, scratching, slow, methodical. The coin moved in tiny, deliberate circles, like they had all the time in the world. Behind them, the shadow was taller now. Not moving, just taller. I was drawn by it. I accelerated, didn't look back. But every gas station I pass, my fingers twitch for foil. Every time I blink, I see hands, dozens, hundreds, peeling silver in perfect unison. Faces stretched wide, grinning the way winners grin when the numbers finally line up. Mouths open too far, eyes too bright. They're still winning, still scratching, still whispering the names back to each other like a prayer they can't stop saying. The glow moves, follows me. Late at night, I catch myself murmuring their names. Not mine, theirs. Curious of what I escaped, and why they failed. If you drive past one of those machines someday, you'll feel the pull. Just one ticket, just to see. And when your fingers close around the foil, when the first silver flake curls away, you'll hear it. Your name. You won't win it. It will win you. Jack's Falls isn't the kind of town that gets written about in travel magazines. Population hovering around 3,000. One main street with a hardware store and a diner that closes at 6. And a coastline so rocky and unwelcoming that even the seagulls seem pissed off about it. The town's claim to fame is its name, which comes from Captain Jack Morgan, a pirate who supposedly fled British naval ships in 1699 and vanished somewhere along our stretch of coast. Local legend says he and his crew made it to shore with their plunder but were never seen again. Most people assume they got away in a rowboat or died in the surf. I assumed that too, until 3 months ago. Mark had been obsessed with the Captain Jack stories since we were kids. He'd grown up on tales his grandfather told him about hidden treasure and secret caves. The kind of thing that sounds awesome when you're 10 and pathetic when you're 27. But Mark never let it go. He'd spent years researching old naval records, studying tide patterns, hiking every inch of coastline looking for cave entrances that matched historical descriptions. His girlfriend Sarah enabled him, mostly because she found his enthusiasm charming, and because she liked hiking. Me? I just went along because Mark was my best friend, and I didn't have much else going on. When Mark called me that October morning, I could hear the tremor in his voice before he even said hello. "I found it, John. I actually found it." He'd been exploring a section of cliff face about 2 miles north of town, somewhere we'd passed dozens of times without noticing anything unusual, but the recent storm had caused a minor rock slide, and Mark had spotted something that made him scramble down to investigate. A small opening, partially concealed by centuries of erosion and debris, but unmistakably man-made around the edges. He'd taken photos, measurements, and coordinates. He wanted to go back with proper equipment. "It's this weekend or never," he said. "Tide patterns won't be this favorable again until next year, and you know the county's been talking about putting up fencing along the whole stretch. This is it, John. This is actually it." I should have said no. I had a dozen good reasons. My knees weren't what they used to be. I had work on Monday. Cave diving, or spelunking, or whatever the hell you wanted to call crawling around in tight, dark spaces, had never been my idea of fun. But Mark had that tone in his voice, the one that meant he was going with or without me. Unfortunately, I'd known him since we were 10. I couldn't let my best friend do something that stupid alone. Sarah picked me up Saturday morning in Mark's truck, the bed already loaded with gear, helmets with mounted lights, ropes, carabiners, a first aid kit that looked military grade, energy bars, water bottles, and what looked like a small sledgehammer, in case we need to widen anything. Sarah explained when she caught me staring. She was tall, athletic. From what Mark told me, she ran marathons for fun and had opinions about specific hydration packs. She worked as a physical therapist and approached Mark's treasure hunting with the same practical enthusiasm she brought to helping people recover from knee surgery. Mark's already down there doing a preliminary scout. He's been up since 4. The drive took 20 minutes. The last 5 on a dirt road that barely qualified as a path. We parked where the trees gave way to scrub grass and jagged rocks, the ocean visible as a gray-blue line in the distance. The wind coming off the water was cold enough to sting. Mark was waiting by the cliff edge, practically vibrating with excitement. He'd rigged a rope system to make the descent easier, and he walked us through it twice before we started down. The climb down wasn't terrible, maybe 30 feet of careful scrambling, but it was enough to get my heart rate up. The cave entrance was exactly as unimpressive as I'd feared. A crack in the rock face, maybe 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. Mark had cleared away some of the smaller debris, but it still looked like the Earth's butthole. "You're sure about this?" I asked. "The historical records are clear," Mark said, pulling out his phone to show me a photo of a yellow document. British naval logs from HMS Dartmouth, dated November 1699. They chased Morgan's crew to this exact stretch of coast. The pirates made it to shore but never came back out. The naval captain assumed they had a ship waiting on the other side of the peninsula. But there's no record of Morgan or his crew ever surfacing again. 18 men, John. 18 men, and a cargo hold worth of Spanish silver just vanished. "Maybe they drowned," I said. "Then where are the bodies?" Mark's eyes had that gleam I recognized, the one that meant he'd already made up his mind, and was just going through the motions of conversation. "The cave goes somewhere. I can feel the air moving. There's space in there." Sarah was already putting on her helmet, checking her light. "We stick together. We stay in radio contact, and if anything feels wrong, we turn back. Deal? I wanted to say no. I wanted to suggest we call someone official, get proper permits, and do this the right way, but I could see the desperation in Mark's face, the way his hands kept clenching and unclenching. This was his white whale. His one shot at proving all those years of research weren't wasted. Sarah was already checking her gear. Her opening was right there, and I was already putting on my helmet. We went in single file, Mark first with the biggest light, then Sarah, then me bringing up the rear. Now, I'm not a big guy, but the entrance was still a tight squeeze. I had to turn my shoulders and exhale to fit through. Rock scraped against my back and chest simultaneously. For about 10 feet, it felt like I was being swallowed. The walls pressed in from all sides, and then suddenly, it opened up. The first chamber was about the size of a large bedroom, the ceiling high enough to stand in most places. Our lights cut through the darkness, revealing stone walls and a floor that sloped gently downward. The air was cool, but not cold, with a faint smell I couldn't quite place. Mineral, maybe. Salt. Yet there was something organic underneath it all. See? Mark's voice echoed slightly. This is definitely man-made. Look at the walls. He was right. In places you could see tool marks, spots where someone had deliberately widened the passage or smoothed away irregularities. It wasn't obvious. Not unless you were looking for it, but once Mark pointed it out, I couldn't unsee it. We moved deeper. The cave branched twice, but Mark seemed confident about which way to go, consulting a hand-drawn map he'd made based on his research. He'd overlaid British naval charts with geological surveys and local folklore, creating a composite that supposedly showed the most likely route the pirates would have taken. I didn't understand half of it, but Sarah seemed convinced enough to keep following. The temperature stayed consistent, that cool but not cold feeling, and the faint smell grew stronger, not quite mineral anymore. Something else. Copper. Pennies, maybe. Old metal. I caught myself breathing through my mouth to avoid it, which was stupid because then I could taste it instead. About 40 minutes in, we stopped to drink water and check our bearings. Mark's excitement was palpable, but I noticed Sarah was quieter than usual. When I asked if she was okay, she just nodded and said the smell was getting to her too. We agreed to give it another hour before turning back, regardless of what we found. The passage narrowed and widened in irregular patterns, sometimes forcing us to crouch, other times opening into spaces where our lights couldn't quite reach the ceiling. In one large chamber, we found the remains of old torches, just charred bits of wood that crumbled when Mark tried to pick one up. Evidence someone had been here before, which made sense given the pirate story, but also made the place feel more oppressive somehow. It was as if we were following in the footsteps of doomed men. There, Sarah said suddenly, pointing her light at the wall. Scratched into the stone, barely visible were marks. Not random scratches, but deliberate cuts. Symbols that might have been letters worn smooth by time. Mark ran his fingers over them, his breath coming faster. He pulled out his phone and took several photos from different angles. "This is it," he whispered. "This is actually it. This is 17th century script. I'm sure of it. Look at the way the R's are formed, and the long S. That looks like an F. This is period accurate." He was nearly trembling as he traced the letters, his academic background in colonial history finally paying off in the most literal way possible. The passage narrowed again, forcing us to crouch and then crawl. My knees immediately regretted every decision that had led me here. The walls felt closer now, and I became acutely aware of the tons of rock above us, the ocean somewhere beyond that, the very real possibility of getting stuck or lost or worse. After maybe 20 minutes of crawling, my hands were scraped raw, even through my gloves, and my knees felt like they'd been beaten with a hammer. The passage opened into another chamber, this one larger than the first, maybe 15 feet across and 10 feet high. Our lights played across the walls, revealing more tool marks and what looked like old scorch marks from torches. Then Mark swept his light around and froze. Holy. The skeleton was slumped against the far wall, still wearing the rotted remains of what might have been a coat. The fabric had long since degraded to brown tatters, but you could still make out what might have been brass buttons scattered on the ground nearby. The skull had tipped forward, jaw hanging open in a silent scream, and one arm was extended as if reaching for something. Around the bones were scraps of leather, a rusted knife that had corroded almost completely away, and what looked like the remains of a small barrel. The wooden staves collapsed inward. Sarah yelped like she'd been punched. Mark just stood there staring, his light steady on the corpse. Is this real?" Sarah asked. "It's real." Mark's voice was barely above a whisper. He moved closer, careful not to disturb anything, playing his light over the remains. "Look at the clothing, the style of the coat, the buttons. This is late 17th century. I'd bet my life on it. This is one of them, one of Morgan's crew." But what made us all stop and really stare was the wall behind the skeleton. Someone had carved words into the stone. Not just a few marks, but entire paragraphs. The letters crude but deliberate, clearly done with something small and sharp. Probably that knife. Over what must have been days or weeks. The text started high up on the wall and descended into ragged columns, getting harder to read as it went down. Mark moved closer, playing his light over the text, and began to read aloud. His voice shook slightly. "November 15th, 1699. We are 12 now. The cave goes deeper than we thought. Captain says there's a way through to the other side of the peninsula. But Davies and Mockton went looking 2 days past and haven't returned. We hear them sometimes, calling from below, but we search and find nothing." The handwriting was rough, the spelling inconsistent in the way of men who'd learned their letters late in life, but the message was clear. Mark moved his light down, finding more text carved in shaking lines. "November 18th. The food is running low. Captain has ordered rationing. We dare not to go back the way we came. The Navy dogs are surely waiting at the entrance. James swears he heard Davies calling from somewhere below, but we search and find nothing. The air tastes wrong down here. Thomas says it's the damp, but I know better. Something's not right." "Jesus," Sarah breathed. She moved closer to me, and I realized she was shaking. More text, the letters growing more cramped and erratic as they descended the wall, like the writer had been running out of space or time or sanity. "November 22nd. 5 more are gone. They went deeper, seeking another way out, seeking fresh air, seeking anything but this tomb. The captain is changing. He speaks of voices in the dark. William says the treasure is cursed and we should leave it, abandon it in the deepest hole we can find, but the captain will not hear of it. He guards it like a dragon guards gold in the old stories of Mother used to tell. The walls feel warm to the touch now, which makes no sense in this deep. We are far below the sun's reach. The water that drips from above is thick and sticky, not clean like it should be. It leaves stains on our clothes. Jacob drank some yesterday despite warnings and has been sick ever since. He cannot stop crapping himself. The smell is awful." I reached out and touched the wall where the writer had mentioned warmth. The corpse was right. It was warm. Not hot, but distinctly warmer than it should be this far underground. At least 10 degrees warmer than the air around it. I pulled my hand back and found my fingertips slightly damp with that same sticky residue. "Keep reading," I said. Mark continued, his light moving to text that was barely legible now. The letters scratched so hard and fast, they'd gouged the stone in places. leaving deep furrows that our lights cast shadows in. November 27th. 3 of us remain. Jacob died yesterday. We buried him in the tunnel, but this morning he was gone, as if the cave swallowed him whole. The captain has taken the treasure and Thomas deeper into the cave. He says the voices told him where to go. He is mad. We are all mad. The cave breathes, I swear it. At night I hear it. A great bellowing sound like a whale. The walls pulse. Yesterday I saw John Carver embedded in the rock up to his waist. Still alive but unable to move. His eyes following me as I passed. He was begging me for help, but I did not know what to do. I tried to dig him out, but the rock was soft like clay, and it only made him sink deeper. When I returned hours later, he was gone, only a stain remaining like someone had spilled wine. The thing in the caves, it hungers. It feeds slowly. It savors. Okay, I said. Okay, we should go back. Are you kidding? Mark's eyes were wild in the light of his headlamp. This is it, John. This is the actual historical record of what happened to them, and the treasure. He says the captain took it deeper. It's still down here. Mark, this is clearly a man losing his mind, Sarah said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Walls that breathe? People embedded in rock? He was starving and dehydrated. Then explain this. Mark pointed to a spot on the wall where the text ended. There, carved with what must have been the last of the writer's strength, were final words. It took them all. It will not let us leave. Below that, a date, December 3rd, 1699. And below that, scratched so deep the stone had cracked, it beats. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of our breathing and a faint dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond our lights. There's another passage, Mark said, pointing to a gap in the far wall. If the captain went deeper, that's where he'd have gone. The treasure is down there. Mark, no, I said. This is insane. We should document this. Come back with professionals. By the time we do that, the county will have sealed the cave. You know they will. This is our chance. He was already moving toward the gap, Sarah following after a moment's hesitation. I looked at the skeleton one more time, at those empty eye sockets and that reaching hand, and then I followed my friends deeper into the earth. The passage was tighter than anything we'd encountered so far, a squeeze that required moving our packs and pushing them ahead of us while we crawled on our bellies. The rock pressed in from all sides, and for one horrible moment, I was certain I'd gotten stuck. My chest too large for the gap, my hips wedged between unyielding stone. Then something gave way, and I popped through into a larger space where Mark and Sarah were waiting. You okay? Sarah asked. I nodded, not trusting my voice. My hands were shaking. This chamber was different from the others. The walls had a strange texture, less like rock and more like something else. Coral, maybe. Or cartilage. And the smell was stronger here. That copper penny scent mixed with something organic and faintly rotten. Mark ran his hand along the wall and frowned. This doesn't feel like limestone. What does it feel like? Sarah asked. I don't know. It's softer and warm. Really warm. I touched the wall myself and immediately regretted it. He was right. It was warm, almost body temperature, and the surface had a slightly yielding quality, like pressing on firm rubber. When I pulled my hand away, my fingertips came back damp with something that wasn't quite water. It was thicker, slightly viscous. When I rubbed my fingers together, it felt like alkaline, like the slick you get from dissolving soap. We should turn back, I said again. Look. Mark's light had found something embedded in the wall. A coin. A gold coin. Its surface tarnished green but unmistakable. Spanish doubloon. Has to be. Sarah, take a photo. She did. Her camera flashed momentarily, blinding us all. Mark pulled out a small pry bar from his pack and began working at the coin. Mark, don't! The coin came free with a wet, sucking sound. Mark held it up triumphantly, turning it in the light. Then Sarah made a sound, and we both looked to where she was pointing. The wall where the coin had been was bleeding. I wish it was stained water or some mineral seepage. But it was blood. Thick, dark blood that welled up from the hole and began to run down the wall in slow rivulets. "What the?" Mark whispered. The wall around the wound began to pulse, slowly at first, then faster. A rhythmic motion that spread outward in ripples, and somewhere in the distance, deep in the cave, we heard it. A sound like thunder, like drums, like a heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. "Okay," Sarah said, her voice tight. "Okay, maybe we should." The wall bled faster, the blood now flowing freely, and more of those pulsing ripples spread outward. In my peripheral vision, I saw movement, other areas of the wall beginning to shift and flex. "We need to go," Sarah said. "Now." But Mark was already moving forward, his light catching something in the passage ahead. "Wait, do you see that?" More coins. Dozens of them, embedded in the walls and floor like metal studs and leather, and beyond them, a larger space. A chamber. Against every instinct I had, we moved forward. The walls here were unmistakably organic. The texture was wrong. The color was wrong. It had shifted from gray stone to something redder, mottled with darker patches that looked disturbingly like bruises. The floor was wet, covered in a thin film of that same viscous fluid, and our boots made soft squelching sounds with each step. The heartbeat sound was louder now, no longer distant. It echoed from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Thump, 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 thump. The chamber opened before us, and Mark's light found the treasure. It wasn't the pile of gold I think we'd all imagined. Instead, the coins and silver pieces were embedded in the walls and floor. Hundreds, maybe, all partially absorbed into the red organic tissue that made up the chamber. Some were still visible as distinct objects. Others were half dissolved, their edges blurred and melted into the flesh. And in the center of it all, surrounded by the treasure, were the bodies. They should have been skeletons after 300 years, but they weren't. They were corpses, preserved in various states of decay, their clothing rotted to rags, but their flesh still clinging to their bones. Some were embedded in the floor, sunken halfway into the tissue, as if the cave had been slowly digesting them. Others stood upright, held in place by growths of that red tissue that wrapped around their limbs, and torsos like vines. One wore what might have once been a captain's coat. His jaw hung open, and in the empty socket of his mouth, something glistened wetly. "This isn't real," Sarah said, but her voice carried no conviction. "This can't be real." The heartbeat was so loud now, it made my ribs vibrate. Thump, 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 and as I watched, one of the corpses moved. It was subtle at first, just a twitch of the fingers, a slight turn of the head. Then the jaw began to work, opening and closing slowly, and those empty eye sockets seemed to fix on us. Another corpse moved, then another. The tissue that held them in place began to pulse and contract, pushing them forward, helping them move. They pulled free from the walls with wet tearing sounds, leaving dark cavities behind that immediately began to close. "Run!" I yelled. "Run!" We turned and fled back the way we'd come, but the passage was changing. The walls were contracting, the space narrowing with each pulse of that massive heartbeat. Behind us, I could hear shuffling, scraping sounds as those things pulled themselves from their resting places and began to follow. Mark reached the squeeze point first and threw himself into it, his pack scraping against the walls. Sarah went next, and I could see her struggling, the space tighter than it had been just minutes ago. The walls were warm and wet and moving, contracting slowly like the throat of something swallowing. I glanced back and saw them coming, moving with horrible purpose. Their movements were jerky and wrong, limbs bending in directions they shouldn't. The captain was in front, and as I watched, he opened his mouth and that wet, gleaming thing inside flexed and reached forward. I threw myself into the squeeze and immediately realized I was in trouble. The space was too tight now, the walls pressing in from all sides. I could hear Sarah ahead of me, could see Mark's light on the other side, but I couldn't move forward. The tissue around me pulsed and contracted, and I felt something give way beneath my stomach, the floor softening and beginning to pull me down. "John!" Mark's voice, distant and panicked. "John, move!" I pushed with everything I had, my pack catching on something, my helmet scraping rock. Behind me, one of those things reached the squeeze and began to force its way in, its body compressing and bending in ways that made my stomach turn. I could smell it now, that rotting copper smell, and I could feel its breath on the back of my neck. The floor beneath me softened further, and with horror I realized it wasn't just soft, it was dissolving. I could feel the fabric of my pants beginning to stick to it, fibers pulling free, the material weakening. The tissue was digesting me, slowly but surely, breaking me down. With a final desperate heave, I pushed forward, felt something in my chest pop, and when I was through, tumbling, Mark grabbed me and hauled me to my feet. "Go, go, go!" Sarah yelled. We ran. The walls pulsed with each heartbeat, narrowing and widening, trying to slow us down. More of those things were appearing, pulling themselves from the walls like hatching insects, their movements growing more coordinated as we watched. The tissue responded to them differently, helping them rather than hindering them, pushing them forward while trying to hold us back. We reached the skeleton and the writing, and I thought we might make it. The entrance was just beyond. Daylight would be just beyond that. We just had to reach the rope, climb up, get in the truck, and leave this nightmare behind. Mark screamed. I turned in time to see him go down hard. The first skeleton we saw latched onto his ankle with a grip that made him cry out in pain. His helmet flew off, the light spinning across the floor. More of them were pouring through the passage behind us. At least 5 or 6 that I could see, and more beyond them. Mark was on his stomach, kicking frantically with his free leg, trying to break loose. The thing that had him wasn't letting go. Its fingers had sunk into his jeans, and where they gripped, I could see dark stains spreading, the fabric dissolving under its touch. Sarah dove for him without hesitation, grabbing his arms, trying to pull him free. Her face was twisted with effort and terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. I've got you, Mark. Just hold on." But the thing was winning, dragging him backward inch by inch toward the others. Mark's fingers scraped against the stone floor, leaving streaks of blood. His eyes found mine, and in them, I saw absolute terror. "John, help me!" I took a step forward, my hands clenched into fists. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help them, to grab Mark's other arm, to fight those things off with whatever I had left. Then I saw what was behind Mark. More of them, at least a dozen, shambling forward from the deeper tunnels with those jerky movements, their bodies bent at wrong angles. The captain was among them, that rotted captain's coat still hanging from his shoulders, and his jaw was working slowly like he was trying to speak. Behind them, the passage itself was closing, the walls contracting in visible waves, the organic tissue flexing and pulsing as it moved. The opening was already half the size it had been, and getting smaller with each heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Sarah looked up at me, still holding on to Mark, and in her eyes I saw the same realization I'd just had. There wasn't time. Even if we got Mark free right now, even if we somehow got past those things, the passage was collapsing and we had seconds, maybe 30 seconds, maybe less, before we were sealed in here forever with these things and this breathing, digesting nightmare. The passage contracted further. 20 seconds maybe. John, please. Mark's voice was breaking, cracking with fear and pain and desperation. His free leg was kicking at the thing's face, but it didn't seem to notice. Please don't leave me. Sarah, don't let him. I saw the passage ahead constricting further. The opening now barely 3 feet wide. 15 seconds. I saw the things closing in, their hands reaching, their mouths working silently. 10 seconds. I saw Sarah straining to hold on to Mark, her boots losing purchase on the floor as it began to soften beneath her weight. The tissue was responding to her, starting to digest her too. In a few more seconds she'd be stuck, and then she'd be trapped too, and then we'd all die here. 5 seconds. And I ran. Not toward them. Away. Toward the entrance passage. Toward daylight. Toward escape. Toward being the only one who survived. John! Sarah's scream echoed after me, filled with betrayal and rage and terror and disbelief. John, you coward! Come back! I kept running. My boots pounded against stone that was rapidly becoming flesh, each step sinking slightly before I pushed off again. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. If I looked back, I would stop, and if I stopped, I would die. Some animal part of my brain had decided that my life was worth more than theirs. No, no, John, please. Mark. Sarah's voice was receding now, but I could still hear her sobbing. Mark, hold on. I won't leave you. I won't. The passage was narrowing fast now, the organic tissue contracting in waves that chased me up toward the surface. Behind me I could hear Sarah crying, could hear Mark begging, could hear the wet sounds of the cave responding to them. The things must have reached them. I heard Sarah scream again. I heard Mark cry out. Heard sounds I will never be able to forget, and can never describe. I kept running. The guilt hit me like a physical blow, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. My legs were moving on their own now. Pure animal panic overriding everything else. Friendship, loyalty, basic human decency. I was going to survive and they were going to die, and that was just how it was going to be. I reached the next chamber, the one we'd passed through on the way in, and I could hear footsteps behind me. Not the shuffling of those corpse things, but the running footsteps of someone alive. I risked a glance back and saw Sarah. She'd let go of Mark. She made the same choice I had. Her face was streaked with tears and blood, her own blood, from where one of those things had touched her. She was sobbing as she ran, her breathing ragged and desperate. When she saw me looking back, she screamed something I couldn't make out over the sound of my own heartbeat, and the cave's heartbeat and the wet sliding sounds of those things pursuing us both. We ran together toward the entrance passage, the tunnel that would take us up and out and back to daylight, an air that didn't taste like copper and stone that was actually stone. I could see the opening ahead, that blessed crack of gray light, and then I saw what was between us and it. The passage was contracting, but not evenly. About 15 feet ahead, the walls were pulling together and apart in a rhythmic motion, opening and closing like a sphincter valve, like the cave was swallowing. The opening would dilate to maybe 4 feet wide, then contract down to less than 2 feet, then open again. Thump, thump, open. Thump, thump, closed. If we timed it right, we could slide through it when opened. If we timed it wrong, we'd be caught when it closed. I put on a burst of speed, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. Sarah was right behind me. I could hear her gasping for air. I could hear her boots on the stone that was now flesh. On 3. she shouted. "We go on 3. I reached the sphincter first. It was open, the passage wide enough to crawl through, but as I approached it began to close, the walls contracting with muscular force. I waited, counted the rhythm. Open for about 3 seconds, closed for 2. Open, closed, open. "Now," Sarah yelled. I threw myself forward and slid through on my stomach, the walls brushing my back and chest as they contracted around me. For one horrible second, I thought I was stuck, thought the passage would close on me and cut me in half. Then I was through, tumbling into the larger space beyond. I turned back to help Sarah. She was halfway through when the passage spasmed. It wasn't the regular contraction I'd been expecting, but a violent convulsion, like the cave had suddenly clenched every muscle at once. The walls slammed together and caught Sarah's left leg below the knee. She screamed, a sound so full of agony it barely sounded human. "Help me, John! Help me!" I crawled forward, grabbed her outstretched hands, and pulled. She screamed louder, her fingers digging into my wrists hard enough to leave bruises I'd find later. But I couldn't move her. The passage had her leg and it wasn't letting go. When I looked down, I saw why. The floor beneath her was softening, turning from flesh-textured stone into actual flesh. Her caught leg was sinking into it, the fabric of her jeans dissolving where it touched the tissue, and the tissue was moving up her leg, climbing higher, beginning to absorb her. I could see it spreading, see her pants disintegrating, see her skin starting to blister and melt where the flesh touched it. "Pull harder," she screamed. "John, pull!" I pulled. I braced my feet against the wall and pulled with everything I had. Sarah's hands were slipping in my grip, slick with sweat and that viscous fluid that was everywhere now. Behind her, I could hear movement in the tunnel, could hear those things shambling closer. The passage spasmed again, and Sarah shrieked as it crushed her leg further. I heard bone break, saw her knee bend in a direction it shouldn't. It had her up to mid-thigh now, and it was spreading faster. Her shirt was starting to stick to the ground, the fabric pulling apart, threads separating and dissolving. She looked up at me with eyes that were somehow still fighting, still refusing to accept what was happening to her. "Don't you dare leave me. Don't you dare." Behind her, one of those things reached the sphincter. The captain, his rotted face passing through the wall of flesh, pulling into something that might have been a smile. He reached an arm through the flesh, fingers stretching towards Sarah's back. The passage spasmed again, and this time when it clenched I saw Sarah's eyes go wide with a different kind of pain. The tissue was inside her now. I realized. It had absorbed through her skin and was working on her organs, her blood, everything that made her, her. And the captain's hand was 6 inches from her head. I looked at Sarah. I looked at that hand. I looked at the opening beyond that was starting to close. The exit that would trap me here if I didn't move in the next 5 seconds. Sarah saw it in my face, saw the calculation, saw the decision I was making. "John, no, don't you dare. Don't." I let go of her hands. She reached for me, fingers grasping, face twisted with betrayal and desperation. "John." I backed up, just out of her reach. The captain's hand was almost on her now. Sarah's hand stretched toward me, fingers splayed, one last desperate attempt to grab me and pull me back into this nightmare with her, to make me share her fate since I'd chosen to abandon her. I kicked her hand away. It wasn't a hard kick. It didn't need to be. Just enough force to knock her arm aside, to give me the extra second I needed to turn and throw myself at the closing gap. Her scream followed me. "You coward! I hope it finds you. I hope it never lets you go." I squeezed through the narrowing space, felt tissue close around me, felt it begin to pull and digest and absorb. For one terrible moment I was certain I would die here, stuck halfway between chambers while the cave slowly consumed me, and Sarah's screams echoed in my ears. Then my fingers found purchase on harder stone, real stone, and I pulled with strength born of absolute terror. The tissue tore as I ripped free, leaving strips of my clothes and skin behind, and then I was crawling toward light and air and escape. And then I was out, tumbling down the cliff face, the rope Mark had rigged catching me after a short fall. I hung there, gasping, my entire body shaking, and I heard it. From inside the cave, muffled by rock but still audible, John, please, it's got Sarah, it's... Mark's voice, still alive, still conscious, still begging me to come back. I hauled myself up the rope, ignoring the scream, scrambled to the top of the cliff and ran for Mark's truck. The keys were still in Sarah's pocket, but Mark had hidden a spare under the wheel, like he always did. I started the engine with shaking hands and drove away without looking back. I told the police I'd gone alone, that Mark and Sarah had stayed behind planning a different hike, that I'd suggested they check the caves, but they'd seemed more interested in the coastal trail. I lied to their parents, to their friends, to the search and rescue teams that spent 2 weeks looking for them. I lied to everyone. The cave entrance had sealed itself. When the rescuers finally found it 3 days later, it looked like it had been closed for centuries. Just another crack in the rock face that led nowhere. They went in with equipment and cameras and found only stone. The chambers were gone. The passages collapsed. The organic tissue vanished like it had never existed. But I know the truth. I know what's down there, breathing in the dark, digesting my friends slowly over years or decades or centuries. I know that somewhere in that living rock, Mark and Sarah are still conscious, still aware, their bodies breaking down cell by cell while the cave savors them like fine wine. And I know I left them there. I moved away from Jack's Falls 3 weeks after they were declared missing. I couldn't take the looks from their families, couldn't sleep in that apartment knowing they'd helped me move in. Couldn't walk past the diner where Sarah used to order extra hash browns and Mark would make fun of her for it. I thought distance would help. It didn't. 3 days after I escaped, I found something in my pocket. The gold coin. The one Mark had pried from the wall. The one that had made it bleed. I don't remember picking it up. I don't remember putting it in my pocket, but there it was, crusted with dried blood that wasn't mine. I threw it in a dumpster 6 blocks from my new apartment. The next morning it was on my nightstand. I drove it 2 hours into the countryside and hurled it into a lake. I watched it sink into dark water. That night I woke up with it clutched in my fist. My hand closed so tight around it that the edges had cut into my palm. My sheets were soaked with sweat and that same sticky residue. My pillow smelled like copper. I tried putting it in a safety deposit box. The bank called me the next day saying there'd been some kind of mistake with my box number, and when I went to check, the box was empty and the coin was in my car's cup holder. So now I keep it. I carry it with me everywhere because I've learned that fighting it only makes things worse. And every day it gets a little warmer. Every day I can feel it pulse a little stronger. That rhythmic beat that matches what I heard in the cave. Sometimes when I hold it, I can hear them. Not voices exactly, but something like voices. A distant screaming that might be wind in a tunnel, or might be something else. And buried under that sound, 2 words repeated over and over in Sarah's voice. Come back. Come back. Last week I caught myself looking up driving directions to Jack's Falls. I don't remember opening my phone. I don't remember typing anything. But there it was, route calculated, estimated arrival time 3:47 a.m. The coin is getting hotter. Last night it burned my palm when I held it, leaving a mark that looks disturbingly like a mouth. And when I sleep I dream of tunnels, of warm, wet walls that pulse with life, of my friends embedded in red tissue, their eyes following me as I walk past. And the worst part? The part that keeps me up at night? Staring at the ceiling, unable to escape what I've done? Sometimes when I hold the coin, I can hear the heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. And I know with absolute certainty that it's waiting for me to come back. The cave remembers me. It tasted me when I tore free, got a sample of what I am, and now it wants the rest. It's patient. This thing that's been alive since before humans learned to make fire, since before the pirates stumbled into its mouth and became just another meal to be savored over centuries. It can wait. It has time. And eventually, whether from guilt or curiosity or some pull I can't even begin to understand, I know I'll go back. The cave is patient and it hungers. If you're reading this and you live near Jack's Falls, stay away from the cliffs north of town. Don't go looking for cave entrances or pirate treasure. Don't investigate if you hear sounds coming from the rock face. And if you do go, despite this warning, despite everything I've told you, if you find yourself in tunnels that feel too warm, if you see coins embedded in flesh-like walls, if you hear a heartbeat echoing through the dark, run. Don't look back. Don't try to save anyone. Don't hesitate. Just run. And pray it lets you go. It was 4 p.m. on a Thursday when my phone buzzed with a notification. I had just returned from my last class of the day, and wanted nothing else than to lie on the lumpy dorm mattress and nap. I fumbled around, checking every pocket I might have placed the thing until I found it hiding in my sweatshirt. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the notification that filled the screen. Hey, Silver. Those two words immediately took me back to the long days of high school, where a single girl kept me going, day after day, with the mere hope of talking to her. Lily. I stared at the message for a long time before my phone buzzed again with a new notification. Wanna go on an adventure tonight? I need a friend right now. Hell yes. I deleted the text after typing it out, contemplating my next words extremely carefully. Eventually I settled on, yeah, sure, I'm down. Lily responded almost immediately. Great, I knew I could count on you. Winky face. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. I had to pinch myself just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Before I could fantasize about her any longer, another text buzzed my phone. It was a location pin. Quickly inputting the address into Google Maps, revealed the pin to be in Blackwater, a small, mostly abandoned town nestled in the hills and forests of southern Indiana. Nearly a 3-hour drive from my university. I had never heard of the place before, and, judging by the pictures online, it didn't seem like a place I would likely visit. Broken down homes, abandoned schools, old, crumbling factories. Not to mention the gas money alone would eat into what little savings I had. However, with the buzz of my phone, I was swiftly reminded why I was going. Can't wait to catch up tonight. It has been too long. That evening, as the sun began to set, I threw on my best pair of jeans, loaded up in my old, beat-up Honda Civic, and made the almost 3-hour drive east. I wish I could say I was at least a little skeptical or hesitant about that drive. But in reality, I was too distracted thinking about what I was going to say once I actually saw her. Our agreed meeting location was an old Waffle House just outside of Blackwater. Lily was already there, leaning against her car in all black, when I eventually pulled up around midnight. "Hey there, Silver," she said with a smile. I hated the nickname, but for her I made an exception. "Hey there," I said, getting out of my car. "How have you been?" "Oh, you know," she said, hugging me. I froze. We were friends in high school. Not that kind of friendly, though. The sudden change filled me with renewed hope. Before I could return the hug, she stepped back towards her car. "You ready?" she asked, bending over into the passenger side door. Her leggings left little to the imagination. I felt my face flush red. Yeah, ready as I'll ever be. What's the plan? Oh, breaking, entering, that sort of deal, she said, hauling out a large, cumbersome backpack from her car. Wait, what now? I asked. Lily chuckled. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. She punched my arm. But before that, you eat yet? We ended up in a corner booth on the otherwise empty Waffle House, a plate of crispy bacon shared between us. Throughout high school, Lily and I were good friends, but never anything more. I was too much of a coward back then, so never got the chance to ask her out or tell her how I felt. By the time I gathered up the courage, she had already moved away for college. The old Lily was the kind of girl whose version of Crazy Night was a Star Wars movie marathon with popcorn. New Lily was someone completely different. Her blonde hair now had a streak of red, and she took great joy rolling up her shirt sleeve to show off the tattoos that now covered her left arm. The way she gleefully described each black spider and ram head reminded me of how much she had changed since I had last seen her. But her smile with the chipped tooth remained the same. Her enchanting green eyes were still the ones I struggled to hold eye contact with. And she was still a huge nerd. So, what's with the backpack? I asked, gesturing to the bag which took up half her booth. Just school textbooks, homework, that sort of thing. I'm a library science major now, so I get to see all the old basement books and... Her hand struck the bag with a thwack. Have to haul some around. An hour ticked by in the blink of an eye. It felt exhilarating to reminisce and joke with Lily again, but there was something nagging at the back of my thoughts the entire time. So, I started. What's all this about? What's what about? You know, I gestured around. This. Lily took a deep breath. I just need a good friend tonight, she finally admitted. Hesitating only for a moment, I reached across the table and scooped her hand in mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. It's okay, you can tell me. It's my mom. Her eyes watered, but she quickly blinked away any tears. She passed away a year ago today. I was never good with comforting grief. I'm sorry. Lily grasped my hand in both of hers and looked directly into my eyes. I have a huge ask of you. Yeah, I said, blushing. Whatever you need. I need to go there, where she died, but I need you there with me. Cool night air whipped past us as we stepped outside, though my face still felt warm. You mind if I drive? Lily asked. My car is making a weird noise and I could use your help. Yeah, sure, but are you sure about this? I asked. Yes, I need to be there. It was not what I anticipated when she first texted me, although in all honesty, I don't know what I was expecting, but I was going to stick it out, not just because I had already driven all the way to Blackwater, but because Lily needed me. I remember meeting Lily's mother all those years ago. She was sweet and kind, and the two of them shared a bond that made most parents envious. Lily never mentioned how she passed and I didn't push. Blackwater was as dreary and run down as the pictures online portrayed. In the darkness of the overcast night, the buildings took on a haunted, accursed look and feel that made me slightly uneasy. Lily didn't seem to mind, however. She had returned to her bubbly and energetic self. Don't let my confession weigh you down, she said as we cruised through the derelict streets. My mom wouldn't want us to be sad remembering her. Her car never ended up making a noise, though I wrote it off, not thinking too much about it. Our destination came shortly after in the form of a long, overgrown driveway, disappearing into the trees and hills beyond. Lily turned onto the road. A tall, wrought iron fence greeted us with the gate sitting fully open. Ah, crap, Lily muttered, seeing the gate. What's wrong? I asked. The gate's open, Lily said. Means there's a cop up there. How do you know? What is this place? Lily slouched back in the driver's seat and thought for a minute. Lily, what is this place? I repeated. We'll drive a minute or so down the road and hike back on foot, she said, avoiding my question. The answer would soon present itself as Lily threw her car into reverse and the headbeam swept across the overgrown landscaping. A large sign hanging from the fence read, Blackwater Regional Hospital. A hospital? Are you sure that's a good idea? It's the hospital where my mom spent her last moments. Shut down not long after. She said before muttering, There shouldn't be a cop here. Gonna make everything harder. We could go somewhere else. I don't want you getting hurt in there, I offered. I'll be fine. You're too sweet. We left the car on the side of the road about a half-mile past the gate. Lily insisted on bringing her backpack, despite its size. The wrought iron was easy enough to clamber over, and we were free to wander the grounds on our way to the hospital. There were several overgrown walking trails carved through the forest. Following those, we quickly reached the parking lot. The hospital was huge, 3 stories tall with a large clock tower above the main entrance. Thick ivy and sprawling vines scaled the walls and wormed in through cracked and broken windows. From the trees we could see the cruiser of the lone state trooper stationed on the opposite end of the parking lot. Its lights were off, and the trooper was likely asleep, or so I hoped. Lily patted me on the shoulder and led me around the back of the building where a shattered window on the first floor gave us free access to the inside. She threw her bag in before easily crawling in, using an empty trash can as a step stool. Wow, you know your way around here, I joked as I hopped in through the window. No, I haven't been here in a while. The corridors were an eerie mixture of peeling pastels and littered floors. Several of the walls were covered in graffiti, the spray cans responsible laying dejectedly underneath their masterpieces. I picked up one. It worked, surprisingly, although it was mostly empty. It was obvious the hospital had been abandoned suddenly. Gurneys still lined the hallways. Several doors sat wide open to operating rooms or recovery suites. I peered my head into one, only to see what looked like a red pentagram spray-painted on the wall with a list of names next to it, each crossed out. Eventually we reached the lobby. Despite the grandeur of the hospital, the lobby was comparatively small. A single check-in window with an overturned desk behind it, a handful of benches, 2 elevators, each crossed out with police tape, and a stairwell opposite the main entrance. Lily dropped her backpack onto one of the empty benches and pulled out 2 full cans of spray paint. She tossed me one, which I fumbled catching. It got a good laugh out of her, which made my heart flutter. I'm never coming back here, Lily said, shaking her can. Let's make it a worthy send-off. The next half hour was spent running up and down the hallways, doodling anything and everything we could imagine. My crude drawing of a purple appendage got a chuckle out of her. Her red star got a round of applause out of me. As far as first dates go, it was definitely unique. But I couldn't complain. You're a natural artist, Lily commented as I put the finishing touches on my magnum opus. It was a large smiley face with its tongue sticking out. Why, thank you, I said, my can finally coughing empty. What shall... A pair of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor behind us. Lily hissed, grabbing me and diving for cover in a nearby room. Where we ended up was the floor of a janitor's supply closet, complete with mop buckets and large push brooms. We whispered apologies as we carefully wiggled our way into comfortable positions. The closet was too cramped to fully close the door. I had to hold it mostly shut and pray nobody would see us. Not a moment later, the beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness outside the door. The footsteps stopped. Lily and I squeezed together to peer through the narrow gap. Her body pressed into mine, and I hoped and prayed she couldn't feel my heartbeat racing. The scent of her vanilla perfume was intoxicating. It took everything I had not to wrap my arms around her and pull her in closer. It wasn't the time for that. Got a 1076. A man's deep voice came from the other side of the door. A radio crackled to life. Go ahead, Dutch, a female voice on the radio said. I got some kids going through the old hospital in Backwater. A pause. 10-4, need backup? 10-10, the trooper said, walking past the supply closet. But I'm thinking the same one is back. Found some more of those pentagrams. With that, the officer disappeared down the hallway and turned the corner. His voice continued to echo, but grew more distant until he walked through a door, and his voice stopped with a metallic click. Several minutes after the officer left, Lily scooted around to look at me, our faces mere inches apart. We sat there for a long time, both of us breathing heavily in the small space. Being so close to Lily, not to mention the exhilaration of almost being caught, left me on a high of adrenaline and anxiety. A volatile concoction. For the first time I can remember, I held contact with those bright green eyes. Nothing else mattered more to me. Lily reached out and ran her fingers through my hair. She playfully tousled the strands. There was a slight pinch on the side of my head, and I flinched in response. Sorry, Lily said. I didn't think that would hurt. It's okay, I said, but the mood was dead. Eventually we left the closet and quietly continued on our adventure. This place took so much from me, Lily said. The least it could do is bring me one night of joy. So I made it my goal to make her happy. We played tag on the first floor, hide and seek on the second, all the while avoiding the trooper as he prowled the halls searching for us. There were several moments when I thought he would catch us, but luckily, we evaded him easily enough. It became a game in itself at one point. Lily vanished for a while, only to suddenly reappear and scare me half to death, claiming she had to use the restroom. It was 3 a.m. when we finally headed back towards the lobby. We were walking down the stairs when Lily stopped. I told you it would be an adventure, she said, smirking. You did warn me, I said with a chuckle. She grabbed my hand in both of hers and leaned in close, whispering into my ear. My turn to repay you for tonight. Her lips grazed my cheek and planted a wet kiss on my neck. My whole body froze, but my blood pressure spiked. There's more where that came from. Well, I wish there was a witty back and forth that followed. There wasn't. I stood there in absolute shock, barely processing her words. Seemingly pleased with the effect she had on me, Lily slowly stepped back. With a bite of her lip and a flick of her hair, she disappeared down the next flight of stairs. I stood there, listening to her footsteps echo through the stairwell. It took me longer than I would otherwise like to admit to fully compose myself. When it all finally processed, I chased after her, but the lobby was empty as I rounded the landing. Lily? I called. The response came from the flight of stairs leading to the basement, reverberating off the concrete walls. Down here, silly. No, Lily, come up here, I said. I walked to the edge of the stairs, looking down at the dark landing below where it turned and jutted deeper into the earth. Oh, Silver! Something small and dark sailed through the air and hit the top of the landing with a near-silent poof. It was Lily's black long-sleeved shirt. A blossom of warmth flushed across my face. I stuttered over my next words, struggling to pick the right ones. What if... No, please, can you just... Despite the buffering in my head, my feet remained planted. We stood there in that mental tug of war for a long moment before Lily sighed in defeat. Fine, she said. You're no fun. The small insult hurt, but the relief made it worth it. Wait, what? Lily whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. Lily? Oh my God, Lily shrieked. Oh my God, what is that? I heard nothing except her footsteps and screaming disappeared deeper into the basement. The human body is an incredible product of thousands of years of biological evolution. It is so incredible, in fact, that most of the human population have two distinct and independent brains, one in the chest and one in the head. And in a moment like that, and every moment leading up to it, I was thinking with the wrong one. My footsteps echoed through the hospital as I barreled down the stairwell, using the railing to swing myself around at the landing. A pipe laid across the floor, almost tripping me, but I grasped it and wielded it like a bat. I stopped as soon as I stepped onto the last flight of stairs. The corridor beyond was nearly pitch black. There was almost no light save for a faint orange hue flickering through an open door halfway down the hallway. The air was cold, frosty even, and stale, with a distinct tinge of rust, antiseptic, and vomit. I accidentally kicked a rattle can on the stairs, its metallic pangs making me flinch as they reverberated through the darkness. "Lily?" I called out. Nothing. Glass crunched under my shoe as I slowly reached the final step. The smell was stronger now, more forceful. Bile rose in my throat, but I forced it down. That was when my foot grazed against something on the floor. A shoe, then another. Socks after those, followed by a pair of jeans. Lily's stripped clothing led suggestively towards the room with the flickering light, though there remained no sign of Lily. I hesitantly followed the lure, noting that many of the doors were covered with police tape. Scratches dug into the floor like drag marks, although they were much older. Strange blotches of red and brown stains dotted the walls. I reached the glowing door. My hands ached as my grip on the pipe tightened till my knuckles turned white. The room beyond was a surgical clinic, a stretcher laid out in the middle, medical cabinets lining the walls. There was nothing that would have been out of place for a hospital. That was, except for the candles. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of red candles covering the floor and furniture. Their wicks sputtered as they burned, releasing a putrid smell that could best be described as rot, decay, and death. The bile returned with a heavy cough as my breath caught. Pulling my sweatshirt over my nose did little to mitigate the smell. I almost left right there, when something caught my attention. Lily's backpack sat on the gurney, books and tomes spilling out. "Lily," I hissed. No response. Carefully, I stepped deeper into the room. Small gaps between the candles gave me a slim walkway through the wax towards the gurney. The tomes splayed out on the stained sheets looked old and delicate. I dragged my fingers along one of the covers. It had the feel of a strange worn leather, not the familiarity of cow's hide. Several of the books had numerous colorful sticky notes peeking out from between yellowed pages. I opened one of the tomes. It sat center stage, the largest and most denoted. Upon its cover bore a simple image of an eye. Firelight danced across its aged pages like dancing demons. Each of the manuscripts were brimming with dense sprawls of strange text, accompanied by horrid, brutal portraits. One page depicted strange, cloaked figures, dragging bound swine, cattle, and humans towards a burning hole. A blue sticky note next to the illustration read, "Contract, question, question, question mark. 03/27/2010 through 03/27/2011. Then I reached the most denoted chapter and my blood ran cold. One of the pages folded out to be several times the tome's size. An enormous illustration of a grotesque, foul beast. An impossibly long and spiraling monster with the body of a centipede. Its carapace was dotted with an infinite number of eyes. Legs like human arms, winding and winding, staring, judging, hunger and pride and wrath. Beneath the portrait read a single line of text. Pandemonium regnat resonat erigit. I went to close the book when something poked my palm. Two small white triangles stuck out from the bottom of the book. sharper and newer than one of the regular pages. I tugged at the white corners only for 2 photographs to slide free of the accursed tome. One I recognized to be Lily's mom. She sat in a recliner, a wide smile plastered on her face. A lock of hair similar to hers was taped to the top corner, but it was the second photograph that caused my hands to shake holding them. It was me. An older picture, likely from high school, but it was unmistakably me. And just like the previous picture, a small bundle of my hair was taped to the photo. I slammed the book shut, crumpling several of the pages between the covers. I whimpered, grabbing at my collar, suddenly feeling claustrophobic. What the? It was then I noticed something that had eluded me earlier, a single candle in the far corner of the room partially obscured by some decrepit medical equipment. It was burned out, smoke wisping from the snuffed wick. I don't know why I found it so strange. For a couple seconds I stared at it. Another wick fizzled out, this one right next to the previous. Then another. Slowly, the candles began to die, emanating from that corner and making a direct path for me. I stumbled back, stepping on several of the candles as I did, only for the flames to begin dying faster. A heavy metal boom reverberated throughout the room. I spun around only to witness with dawning horror that the thick, reinforced door of the surgical room had been slammed shut. Careful not to step on any more candles, I rushed to the door and began pounding on the pressure-treated glass. "Lily!" I shouted. "Lily, are you there?" There was sobbing on the other side of the door, deep and guttural. "Sorry. I'm so sorry." Lily wept, her voice muffled through the heavily insulated walls. The metal pipe connected with the window. Nothing. Again, nothing. A third swing, then a fourth, followed by a fifth. With the sixth swing, the pipe fell to the ground with a metallic pang. The vibrations from the strikes painfully reverberated through my hands and fingers. "Sorry, sorry." I grabbed a nearby IV stand. With a swift kick, I separated the wheelbase from the pole and jabbed the broken end into a small gap between the door and wall. My shoes slid against the concoction of melted wax, dirt, and rust that covered the epoxy floors. It wouldn't matter as the IV stand quickly bent out of shape the second my feet gained purchase on the ground. A quick glance behind me almost made me whimper in defeat. The dead candles had made it to the gurney in the center of the room. The candle demon was drawing closer. It was only a matter of time now until it reached me. I planted my back against the door and slid down till my butt hit the floor, pulling my legs close to me. I buried my head in my arms and let the tears flow freely. Lily continued to sob on the other side, interspersed with repetitions of sorry. Then it stopped. There was silence on the other side of the door for what felt like an eternity, but just as a wick died only a few feet from me, I heard the distinct sound of heavy footsteps approaching the door. The door flew open, catching me by surprise and sending me tumbling backwards into the corridor. A flashlight immediately trained on my face. "Well, well, well," the trooper drawled. "Got you." The state trooper grasped me by my hood and hauled me to my feet. I struggled to keep my legs beneath me, a mixture of relief and fear causing them to feel like jelly. "Come on," the trooper said, pushing me towards the stairs. "Thank you," I managed in a weak voice. "You won't be thanking me for long. You're going straight to—" "No!" A blood-curdling scream echoed from behind us. We both turned to see Lily, there in the middle of the hallway. She stood at the end of the corridor, past the glowing door, just barely within the flashlight's illumination. She was stripped down to her underwear, revealing the lattice and cross patches of scars and fresh cuts that covered her right arm and chest. Her cheeks shimmered with fresh tears. Something metallic glinted in the light. She held a large, ornate knife in one hand, the blade freshly stained red. Jesus Christ, the trooper muttered under his breath. What the hell did you do to her? Lily, no, I stammered. Shut up, he hissed, shoving me down hard onto the last step and handcuffing one of my wrists to the railing. No, I didn't do anything to her. I protested. I said shut it. The trooper jabbed a finger at me before turning to Lily. Ma'am, put the knife down. I'm here to help. The trooper held out one hand while the other hovered near his taser. He slowly crept down the hallway, only sparing a quick glance into the glowing room as he reached it. Before the trooper could open his mouth to say anything more, the candle closest to the open surgical room door died. What happened next occurred in the blink of an eye. A fraction of a second, the state trooper, standing in the middle of the corridor, was suddenly and violently propelled into the wall. His body struck the surface with such an immense and terrible force. The sickening sound of bones snapping and crushing, of his skin, muscles, and organs bursting. What was once a 6-foot 1-inch man was reduced to a thick, coagulate sludge of human debris and tattered clothing no more than a few inches thick. It stayed on the wall for a few seconds before slowly sliding down into a horrid mess on the floor. I couldn't breathe. The shock had stolen my breath and blurred my vision. It was impossible to steal my gaze away from the grotesque remains on the floor. The trooper's flashlight had been torn from his grip when he fell and now lay dejectedly pointing at the wall opposite. Bare footsteps smacked against the epoxy floors as Lily swiftly began towards me from the darkness. Hey, wait! I put up my free hand as I reached behind me for anything I could defend myself with. Lily passed through the beam of the flashlight. Her soulless, tear-filled eyes stared at me like a mechanic would a tool. The ornate blade still firmly in her grip. Lily, wait! Just as Lily began to reach for me, my fingers finally gained purchase on the lip of a rattle can. I whipped the can around and sprayed it directly in her face, orange paint going everywhere. She sputtered and coughed, holding her hands out as a barrier as she stumbled backwards. I continued spraying until the cans wheezed empty. I threw it at her before groping around blindly behind me for another. Lily slipped on the growing pool of red and gray fluid emerging from the remains of the state trooper. She fell backward into one of the nearby door frames. There was a hollow pop followed by an ear-piercing wail. Lily screamed, grasping her wrist. I pulled at my cuffs, but to no avail. Lily wiped at her face, orange paint coming off in streaks. She began to cry and moan, alternating between rubbing her eyes and cradling her wrist. A glint from the pile of flesh near my feet stole my attention. A key. I scrambled down as far as the cuffs would let me and stretched for it, kicking around blindly with my shoe. Lily groaned in pain, propping herself against the doorframe as she slowly stood. Her bloodshot eyes narrowed on me. What have you done?" she muttered. With sloppy, uneasy steps, Lily staggered towards me, wrath and hatred plastered on her face as her lips curled downwards into a scowl. You were supposed to die." For an instant, something flashed on Lily's face. The rage was replaced with something else, a familiar recognition and knowing terror. Suddenly, just as the trooper before her, Lily was propelled backwards into the darkness of the hallway at a horrific speed. Her scream choked out as the sudden thrash stole her breath. A wet thumping sound came from the darkness ahead of me. "Please," Lily shrilled. I continued to blindly kick around, praying with all my might that the keys would present themselves. "Please don't." Crack. "I'm sorry." Pop. "Mommy, I just want..." Snap. Tears streamed down my face, hot and fast and free. The keys skitter across the floor towards me. A miracle it was that they did not slide farther away. I quickly loosened the cuffs and scrambled up the stairs on my hands and knees. I crashed through the lobby. Through my panic, I found the front door. Throwing my whole body weight into it proved fruitless, especially after seeing the chain and padlock on the inside. Likely the troopers doing. Cursing the dead man, I continued on, trying every door and window I stumbled upon. Each find deflated my hope more and more. Nearly every entrance point was covered by plywood or locked. After a few minutes of frantically searching the now ominous and unfamiliar corridors, I stopped to catch my breath. My heart thumped against my chest with such force, I feared I was having a heart attack. It was the only sound I could hear in the hauntingly silent hospital. There was not even the comforting whisper of a soft breeze. Then I had an idea. I felt around, checking my pockets until I found my phone in the back of my jeans. Withdrawing it proved fruitless, as I was met with a spider web of white cracks covering the black screen. I threw it down the hallway in frustration. The broken device skidded across the floor. Thoom. I glanced down the hallway, thinking the phone had knocked something over. The ground shook slightly. A chill ran down my spine. Thoom, thoom, thoom. I barreled through the hospital. My only hope was the lone open window on the first floor. The ground increasingly shook with my every step. Hoarse, high-pitched wailing bellowed somewhere behind me. These were not the sounds of mourning and grief, but of exultation and feverish joy. It was getting closer. I dared not turn around, afraid of what might be staring back. My shoes slipped as I rounded the corner, almost sending me tumbling to the ground, for a glimpse of hope presented itself. The window. I put what little strength I still had remaining into the final sprint. A hot, foul breath percolated on the back of my neck. Slight tugs pulled at the ends of my clothes, as if 1,000 hands just out of reach were grasping for me. I could not stop, not that close to the window. With one last push, I vaulted through the small opening, but not before the foul beast behind me dug its long, sharp nails into my ankle as I jumped. The cold, rough ground greeted me with a hard embrace as I landed shoulder first into the dirt. The candle demon violently crashed into the window right after me, causing large, deep cracks to burst open across the exterior wall. But it did not follow. A scream bellowed from my lips, blending with the unholy sobs which echoed from the hospital. I gripped my ankle. It was warm and sticky and hurt so bad I didn't even care about the pain blossoming in my shoulder. It was weak under weight, but I would not sit there a minute longer. I glimpsed towards the window as I stood. A swirl of 12 eyes stared back at me. The beast thrashed about against the walls of the hospital as I hobbled through the forest. I could hear the thunderous crashes of immense weight against crumbling concrete and brick. Lily's car remained where we had left it. It made sense now why she wanted to drive us. I was never meant to leave this place. Her window shattered with a swift elbow to the middle of the pane. I clambered in and popped the cover of the steering wheel. Wires popped and hissed, but the car refused to cling to life. A warm orange light suddenly illuminated through the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but the smell of smoke quickly confirmed my worst fears. Outside, a tree toppled over, the groan of its collapse accompanied by a distant hoarse wail. "Please, please," I begged, sparking the wires off each other. It took several more tries for the engine to finally turn over. Once the straight six coughed to life, I immediately threw it into drive. Tires screeched on asphalt as the car jumped the curve, almost going off into the trees again. As I sped away, I looked again at the growing fire through the woods, past the rows and rows of trees. A long, dark shape was moving through the thicket, backlit by the roaring flames. It was free. Oh God, it was free. I didn't stop as I floored it out of town, almost hitting the decrepit "Welcome to Blackwater" sign as I did. The sun was starting to rise when I made it back to the university. I had no idea where else to go. I considered going to the police, but that would likely not end well for me. It wouldn't take much for them to tie me to the deaths and fire. It has been several weeks now since Lily and I's adventure. At first, I tried to act like everything was normal. I went to dinner with friends, played video games, attended my classes, but that night still haunts me. I see a dark, coiling figure in the corner of my vision, a multitude of eyes staring at me from the shadowy corners of rooms. My roommates have complained several times of me screaming and thrashing in the night. I awake covered in sweat with my ankle throbbing with pain. The wounds have refused to heal no matter how much time has passed. In those final moments at the hospital, when that hand dug into the flesh around my ankle, it left a deep gouge around the joint in the shape of a human hand. But it was all wrong. Too many digits, too many knuckles. It occasionally flares with a crippling pain that will leave me on the verge of unconsciousness. I don't know what to do. I'm scared and alone. The beast is getting closer. It has to be. Last night, I laid in my bed staring at the ceiling. Sleep came fitfully, if at all, since that night. A bare branch knocked against my window like a bone against stone. Knock, 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 knock. My breathing became erratic as I heard something walk through my bedroom. Its steps like fingernails on wood. Knock, 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 knock. From my head to my feet, my body shivered and shook uncontrollably. The bed frame creaked as something put weight on it at the other end. I slowly raised my head, my movements jerky and uncertain. An inky darkness had settled in my bedroom, coating and covering everything within. The pale moonlight streaking through the window did little to pierce into void, but it managed just enough to catch in the eyes staring at me from the foot of my bed. I've worked at Daryl's Pizza since I was 14. It's the only restaurant left open late into the night. It sits past the last streetlight on the edge of town. The building looks newer than it is, like it learned how to survive by pretending. Inside everything is clean, but worn down in a way that feels intentional. Red vinyl booths, cracked just enough to show their age. A pinball machine hums quietly in the corner. An old racing game loops the same track it's probably shown for decades. The smell is what gets you first. It's familiar in a way that doesn't make sense, like something you remember from before you were old enough to form memories. A few locals sit in the booths most nights. They don't talk much. They don't need to. When you look at them too long, you get the strange sense that you've known them forever without ever learning their names. Daryl usually runs the register himself. He's tall, thin, and looks like he hasn't slept properly in years. His hair is long, dark, and always looks slightly oily, no matter how often he washes it. He sweats constantly, straight into his apron, and somehow never seems embarrassed by it. He also makes the best pizza I've ever eaten. The sauce is unreal. Rich, sweet, sharp in a way I can't place. The first time I tasted it, I remember thinking something felt wrong. Not spoiled, just aware. Like it knew I was there, like it recognized me. Or maybe that was just my imagination running ahead of itself. That thought disappears the second it hits my tongue. My dad is the chief of police, and he buys Daryl's Pizza for the department at least once a week. Says it keeps morale up. That's probably the only reason Daryl hired me in the first place. Most mornings, I'm there before sunrise, making dough beside him while he stirs the sauce. He keeps the radio on low, usually My Chemical Romance, and works with the focus of someone performing a ritual he's done too many times to count. I asked him once what his secret was. He slowed his stirring, turned the radio down, and told me it was an old family recipe passed down from his great-grandfather. He said it the same way someone recites something they don't fully believe anymore. When I pressed him, He rolled his eyes and hissed like I'd insulted him. Italians. The thing is, Daryl doesn't look Italian. He's far too pale, and he hates garlic. Hates it in a way that feels personal. I found that out the hard way. I had barely finished asking about adding garlic to a pizza when his expression changed. He lifted one long, untrimmed finger, pale, almost gray under the fluorescent lights, and pointed at the door. "Get out," he said, "and never come back with garlic. Ever." I don't remember him touching me. Somehow I ended up outside. The door shut behind him, trying to piece together how I'd gotten there. The next morning, I barely had time to step inside before he was in front of me. I didn't hear him approach. He grabbed my shoulder hard enough to make my vision blur. "You didn't bring me any garlic, did you?" His voice didn't sound like his voice. His eyes looked wrong. Too dark, too sharp, like he was focusing on something just past me. "No, sir," I said. The pressure vanished instantly. He laughed, light and familiar, like it had all been a joke. My shoulder burned for hours afterward. Nothing else strange happened for a while, except the freezer in the basement. It lets out a loud sound I can only describe as screaming. I've told him more than once that it needs to be fixed. He says the noise somehow makes the sauce taste better. No one but Daryl is allowed in the basement. He says it's where he keeps the spices, the recipe, and the grinder he uses for the tomatoes. He also says there's no light down there, but that's fine because he's used to working without them. Sometimes when the noise gets too loud, he goes down and kicks the freezer until it quiets. I can hear him talking to it while he's down there. Low, teasing like he's joking with a person. He tells it he'll make sauce out of it if it doesn't behave. Sometimes I hear a softer sound right before he kicks it, something that almost sounds like whimpering. When he comes back upstairs, he's always smiling, wiping his hands on his apron. Once, early in the morning, we ran out of sauce. Daryl told me to mind the counter while he went downstairs. I heard the grinder start. A second later, the sound began, louder than I'd ever heard it. The shelves rattled. From the basement, Daryl cranked the radio. "This Is How I Disappear" blasted through the floorboards, the drums pounding hard enough to almost drown it out. I stayed where I was and stared at the front door. When he came back up, he carried 2 containers of fresh sauce. Thick, dark red. The smell hit me and made my mouth water before I could stop it. Sharp and metallic, like copper. "That's how you know it's fresh," he said, smiling at my reaction. For all his faults, Daryl calls me his friend. Daryl loves classic first-person shooters, older Call of Duty titles, Halo. He beats me every time, never rushing, never reacting too late. The strange part is how still he is while he plays. No blinking, no frustration, just a calm focus that makes me think he's spent far too long indoors, practicing while the rest of us were asleep. He lives in an apartment attached to the back of the shop. Inside, it's furnished like a tiny castle. Heavy wood furniture, thick curtains, everything built to last 100 years. He says it's an Italian thing. I don't argue. People with furniture like that usually know how to hide a potty. His wife and kids are polite to the point of being unsettling. They all look alike, pale, sickly, like they've never seen real sunlight. The kids are homeschooled and speak like adults who've had time to rehearse. Before I could drive, and when my dad was busy, my grandfather used to pick me up after my shifts. He hated Daryl. Every time his old Jeep pulled into the lot, Daryl would already be standing in the front window, framed perfectly by the headlights. They'd stare at each other without moving. No words, no blinking, just waiting. I asked my grandfather about it once, after we finally drove away. He only shrugged and muttered something about late payments, his voice low and final, an answer that wasn't meant to invite more questions. My grandfather was a farmer. Daryl came from one of those old Italian families that took pride in tradition, especially buying tomatoes and fresh vegetables locally, and Daryl bought his tomatoes from my grandfather. He always had. The thing was, my grandfather was one of the biggest garlic growers around. Acres of it, pungent, overpowering, impossible to ignore, and Daryl hated garlic. I think it infuriated him that my grandfather grew the one thing he couldn't stand, and that people bought it anyway, that he depended on the very hands of despised, that my grandfather didn't need him. Every time the headlights swept across the front window and caught Daryl standing there, I felt it again, that silent hatred settling between them like a loaded gun. It was a contest of will, held steady and unspoken. I always had the sense that one night, one of them would finally blink. The blink finally came at my grandfather's funeral, held on the farm. A small wooden platform had been built near the fields, his casket resting just below it. One by one, people stood to speak. Before retiring, my grandfather had been the county sheriff. Our family had been rooted in that land for as long as anyone could remember. They talked about what the town used to be, dirty, overrun with gangs and predators who moved openly, fear treated like a fact of life. They spoke about my grandfather's actions, the choices he made, the lines he drew, how slowly but decisively the town changed. Crime withered, people slept easier, children grew up without learning which streets to avoid. What had once been lawless became quiet, safe, clean. The sun slipped beneath the horizon as the last speaker sat down. A few lights flickered on. A fire burned nearby, steady and low. I wasn't paying much attention until I looked up and saw the next man approaching the platform, moving slowly between the old wooden folding chairs. I froze. It was Daryl. He didn't so much walk as drift, as if the ground had loosened its hold on him. His feet barely seemed to touch the earth as he reached the steps and rose to the stand, carried upward by something unseen. When he arrived, Daryl blinked and brushed away a tear. The air shifted, then he spoke. He spoke of a great man and a great family. His voice calm, weighted with memories that no longer had a living owner. He told the story of his great-grandfather, who came to this country fleeing a place that despised him for his beliefs, and how my family had welcomed them with open arms, offering help when they needed it most. He chose his words carefully, letting each one settle before allowing the next. He spoke for a long time. No one interrupted him. No one looked away. It was as if everyone there had fallen under the same spell, breathing together, listening together, held in place by his voice. When he finally stepped down, the silence broke all at once. People stood and applauded. Daryl drifted back between the chairs. He stopped to embrace my grandmother. I didn't know what to make of it. Tears blurred my vision when I looked at my father. He stood rigid and unmoving, his expression unchanged. Not even grief crossed his face, not even when Daryl stopped in front of us. For a long moment, the two of them locked eyes. The air tightened. Everything else seemed to fall away. My father didn't blink. Daryl didn't look away. Finally, Daryl spoke. "I'm sorry for your loss." The words were gentle, almost kind, but something about them felt wrong, rehearsed, as if they had been spoken before, as if they would be spoken again. He extended his hand. My father took it. The shake was slow and deliberate. Neither of them looked down. When they released, my father's face remained unchanged, or perhaps too much had passed. Then Daryl turned to me and offered his hand. I took it. His skin was ice cold, sharp and unnatural, cutting through the warmth of the light. I felt it instantly, a shiver running through me, but I didn't pull away. Daryl nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and moved on. I walked away with my hand still cold, realizing I had just touched something I was never meant to feel. My father is different around Daryl. No jokes, no smiles. It's all business. He's still the chief of police, I've been helping run the farm, and I also work at Daryl's on Fridays and Saturdays, his busiest nights. I'm taking classes at the local community college, hoping to follow in my father's footsteps. A few days ago, I met Daryl's niece. She's my age, pale skin, dark hair, dark eyes that linger a second too long, like she knows exactly what she's doing. Her smile is sharp, dangerous. It feels aimed directly at me. Daryl has never liked her, even before she arrived. He complained about the trouble she'd gotten into. He warned me not to fall under her spell. He was right. I just didn't expect how impossible it would feel to resist. I keep wondering if this is how it starts, and whether surviving the next encounter is something I should even be hoping for. That night, Daryl left me and her to clean up when he delivered. The last couple of pizzas I was mopping, when she caught my eyes and tilted her head. That same sharp, knowing smile lingering. Uncle Daryl said it would be okay. She whispered, "I need help." Before I could think, she took my hand and led me toward the basement. I wanted to pull away, to stop, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like my hand wasn't mine. Step by step, she guided me down the stairs. The air grew colder with each step. The kitchen light faded, and shadows stretched around us, thick and suffocating. Then, from the darkness behind us, I heard the faint scrape of boots on the stairs. Daryl had entered. He was quiet, deliberate, and I felt his gaze before I even saw him. The basement seemed to swallow him, and the last bit of light disappeared, leaving only the chill and the oppressive quiet. I remember the smell first, then the sound of the grinder starting somewhere behind me. I woke up in the kitchen just before sunrise, alone, my clothes stiff with something dark and sticky. The basement door was closed. The shop was spotless. Daryl was already at the counter, humming along to the radio, stirring a fresh pot of sauce. "You should go home," he said without looking at me. "You've got another shift tonight." I didn't ask him how long I'd been out, or what happened. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my car. I didn't look back. I'm home now, sitting at my computer, trying to get this down while it still feels real. My clothes are in the trash. My hands still smell wrong no matter how many times I wash them. I have a few hours before I'm supposed to be back at Daryl's. I don't know if writing this will help. I don't know if anyone will believe me. I just know I don't have much time left. Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 7 horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. It only takes just a quick second, and it helps out the channel so much. But again, of course, only drop a like if you feel this video is genuinely deserving of it. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I post horror stories all of the time. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I can't eat. That's the gist of it. I can't eat. I guess to people who haven't grown up the way I have, it sounds absurd. So much of our lives revolve around eating. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. It's a social ritual and contract, and without it we lose a core pillar of being human. But I can't eat. I can't be part of that. It's complicated. I grew up to a single mother with a minimum wage. How she managed to keep a sickly kid alive through all that is beyond me. And I don't mean sickly as in getting nasty colds or ear infections. I mean with a big S. For as long as I can remember, I could never eat solid food. Some doctors called it inoperable achalasia, but my mom called it royal throat. Just like the kings and queens of old, she used to say. They were so used to having servants feed them that they stopped eating for themselves. It was just a nice way for her to make it sound like I was special, rather than cursed. The main problem is that I can't swallow, so instead I have a puree my food and slide it down my throat with a thick plastic tube. I can't really taste anything, and the whole ordeal can look uncomfortable to onlookers, so it's something I'm very private about. I can still taste and chew things, but a pleasant taste don't really outweigh the threat of choking to death. I can drink, but it takes some effort. If it gets too hot or cold, my throat just shuts down. Same if it's too sugary, too spicy, or too sweet. And since I can't swallow, I just tilt my head back and let it run down my throat. Mild apple juice is an occasional treat, but I like to stick to ordinary tap water. No fizzy stuff. Nothing that makes the muscles contract. Apart from that one thing, I was a normal kid. I still went trick-or-treating, and by the end of the night, I gave all my candy away to my friends. It made me bully-proof in a way. To them I was weird, but it was the kind of weirdness that paid off. Whenever someone handed out candy, or fruit, or freebies, I passed mine along to those who treated me well. "You're like a truffle pig," my buddy Dawson used to say. "You get to sniff out all the good stuff, but you can't have any for yourself." And that's where the nickname started. Truffle Pig. I don't know if it's some kind of myth or urban legend, but it's said that truffle pigs can never be allowed to eat the truffles they're trained to find. If they do, they're useless. They get so preoccupied with finding truffles for themselves that there's nothing left. They get a taste for it and it's all over. I got the occasional jab and mean look about the nickname, but most of them said it with love. It wasn't mean-spirited. It went from truffle pig to truffles to ruffles to just rough or ruffy. And I guess that name's stuck around ever since. I graduated from high school and got a job on a clam boat. Not a fancy job, but I've always loved the sea. I never get seasick, or carsick, or anything like that. Maybe a side effect from having a strange stomach. So when a spot opened, I was first in line. Did it for a summer as a practice run and got hired full-time a month later. Great pay, decent benefits. We usually worked on smaller vessels, inshore boats, smaller yields that could turn a surprising profit at the local seafood markets. Whatever we could get our hands on, we could sell at a huge markup. There wasn't a single Christmas where I didn't go home with a bonus. I'd end up being the designated driver whenever I went it out with the guys. They'd sometimes forget about my deal and bring me a beer or a scotch, and they'd end up getting an extra one. I'd stare at that bowl of spicy peanuts in the middle of the table and wonder what it'd be like to pig out on them, stuff my face full and go to town, to feel the crunch in my teeth, resonating in my jaw. But that'd send me straight to the hospital, or the morgue. A yellow building just down the street. Truffle pig, look but don't taste. Mom passed when I was 27. It wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was the result of a lengthy battle coming to an end. I held a speech at her wake, divided her possessions among her living relatives, packed all her things in brand new cardboard from the tool shop, picking apart a careful knick-knack ecosystem where everything has a place, leaving only pale walls and dust bunnies. It's kind of funny though. There was one picture of her and I from when I was just an infant. Back then I had brown eyes and hair. I thought it was someone else at first, seeing as how I now have my mother's blonde hair with green eyes. But there was a note on the back confirming that it was, in fact, our first picture together. I was offered a few days off work to get my affairs in order, but I declined. Stepping away from your routine underlines how painful the change is. By declining it, you're robbing it of its power. That's what I thought, at least. But when it rains, it pours. And maybe I was distracted that one morning in early May when I turned on to the interstate. I'd gone down that road 1,000 times, but just this once, I didn't pay attention. Maybe the other driver didn't either. Either way, the collision was violent. No one died, at least. They had to cut me out, but the other guy walked away without a scratch. They put me in a neck brace and took me to a hospital. Ran all kinds of tests. I had a fracture in my left leg, but apart from that, it just looked bad. Most of it was surface level stuff. They still did their due diligence though. X-rays, checkups, the whole shebang. I'd have to wear a cast on my leg, but apart from that, I'd be fine. I remember the final day before they sent me home. The doctor, a middle-aged Indian woman, went through my x-rays and talked at length about how lucky I'd been. In between instructions on how to keep my cast clean, I threw in a question. "What about my neck?" I asked. "Am I gonna have to change how I eat?" "No, that should be fine," she said. "Why do you ask?" "The achalasia," I said. "It's inoperable. Should be in my file." "Achalasia?" She looked at me for a couple of seconds, then back up at the x-ray. "You don't have achalasia." I went over it with her again and again. I told her I'd been diagnosed as an infant, that it had stuck with me all my life, that my throat was atrophied, and that I could only have pureed food pushed down my throat with a tube. Royal throat, like the kings and queens of old. "I don't know what you're referring to," she said, "but I don't know what to tell you. You don't have it. From what I can see, you've never had it." She pointed at the x-rays and explained how to recognize it, and that there were no signs of it in any way. I was perfectly fine. I just had to practice eating. "If you've been doing this for so long, chances are you'll never get quite used to it," she admitted. "But physically, there's nothing wrong. But it's gonna take some time adjusting to." I walked out of there on crutches, but I barely even paid attention to the leg. I couldn't believe it. All this time I could have just been like all the others. Someone must have misdiagnosed me, but there was nothing in my file suggesting there'd even been a conversation about achalasia in my past. In those files, I was perfectly healthy. Always had been. I couldn't make sense of it. There had to be a reason I'd lived the way I had. I decided I would go through my mother's things to see if there was a hint. I had boxes to go through a second time. Maybe I'd missed something. I got a ride from the hospital by my buddy Stevie. 40-something, father of 3, salt of the earth kind of guy. The kind of person who has a pickup and doesn't mind helping you move. 'Cause that's just what you're supposed to do. He must have noticed I was a bit quieter than usual. "Don't worry about work, Ruffy," he said. "Give it a couple weeks." "Thanks, but that ain't it," I said. "It's my throat." "Whiplash?" he asked. "Got an ache or something?" I explained to him what the doctor had said, that I was fine and always had been. I told him about the x-rays, how nothing showed, and how there was nothing in my files. Stevie got so caught up in the story that he almost missed a green light, making the guy behind us lean on the horn. Stevie snapped out of it and stepped on the gas. "That's messed up," he said, making a left turn. "But I mean, that's good news too." "I suppose, yeah." I was gonna have to get used to a new way of living, one where I could sit by the table and share a meal. I had a hard time wrapping my head around it. I was a bit scared. After all, what if I didn't like it? Could I just go back to pretending? But first, I had to give it a try. I couldn't just go trudging into a restaurant and order a ribeye. I had to try something small. I had Stevie drop me off at the supermarket. I bought some yogurt, cucumber, and chocolate ice cream. I asked him to join me in the kitchen. I figured it'd be best to have someone call for help if things went sideways. Like the doctor had said, even if I was physically okay, it'd take time getting used to the sensation. There aren't exactly any tutorials on how to eat. It's supposed to come naturally to us. It's not something you learn. We sat down at my kitchen table and I cracked open the yogurt. Stevie had a Coke. I didn't have any cutlery, so I had to grab a teaspoon from my mom's kitchen box. I dipped it in the yogurt, picked it up, and observed. My heart was beating out of my chest. You alright? Stevie asked. Nervous. Just try a little, he smiled. Try to enjoy it. So I tried it. I let my tongue soak in the soft vanilla and acidic tang. I took a deep breath, leaned back, and just tried. I almost choked as my throat muscles cramped up, but it went well enough. It was wildly uncomfortable though. I coughed a little, but held up a hand to show Stevie I was okay. I tried a little more and then some ice cream. It was difficult and I could feel an ache in my throat. I was flexing muscles I'd hardly ever used. Over a painstakingly slow hour, I tried little bits and pieces of things. I was getting used to it, slowly but surely. I had to stop when I got to the cucumber though. I cut it up and tried eating it like a mush, but part of the skin got stuck in the back of my throat. I ended up having a coughing fit. Stevie had to give me a couple back slaps. We decided to pause for the day, but it was promising. I was feeling something I hadn't felt before. It was a new experience and I was getting better at it. Give it a month, said Stevie. By the time that leg cast is off, you'll be a brand new person. Over the next few days, I was stuck at home waiting for my leg to heal. Meanwhile, I took some time going through my mom's stuff. Everything from old phone books to photo albums. There were a lot of baby pictures, but they weren't in a particular order. In most of them I had blonde hair and green eyes, but there were a couple where it was still a clear brown. I could see a couple of things change in my mom, too. Her hair getting longer, the marks under her eyes growing deeper. But there were other things, too. There was this one picture where she was breastfeeding me, and another shortly after where she used a bottle. There was also one where she'd been in some sort of accident, wearing a bandage that reached up to her shoulder. All the while I was microdosing on food, little pieces of ice cream and yogurt, mashed potatoes and gravy, a strawberry sorbet. It took some time to get my throat moving, but after just a couple of days I could swallow with little to no problem. The first solid food I ate was a salty peanut. I bit down and chewed it for so long that my jaw ached, and when I finally swallowed I could feel a tingle in my neck, like little puzzle pieces falling into place. I was so relieved I could cry. I ended up eating a whole bag, letting a rerun of Friends echo in the background, but all I could hear was the sweet crunch of peanuts breaking against my perfect enamel. It was such a filling sensation. Flavor, texture, mouthfeel. And with it all, the realization that I had so much more to experience. It was euphoric. I wanted to save the first time I had a big dinner for a special occasion with my work friends. Not just Stevie, but the whole crew. My cast was still healing, so I had some issues getting around, but that wasn't gonna stop me from having a fantastic night. A proper steak dinner, a shrimp cocktail, garlic bread. I didn't hold back. I think my colleagues could feel the change in the air as they all got equally excited to order. We had some drinks, made some jokes, and left all the pretense at the door. Just guys being guys. As soon as I dug into my shrimp cocktail, I could feel something. There was this rush of energy, like an electric surge. I could feel my pupils growing larger, and I couldn't close my eyes. My breathing grew shallow and my pulse wouldn't stop rising. It's like I was on some kind of drug or fighting for my life. I thought I might be having an allergic reaction, so I had to stop myself and do a mental check. I felt fine. I was fine. Great, actually. The moment my steak arrived, the others raised a glass. To good food, Stevie said. And good friends. The others echoed the sentiment, but before they got to good friends, I'd sunk my teeth into the steak. I could feel the juices soaking into my teeth. It's difficult to describe the sensation. It's like I didn't just eat a steak. I could hear the bovine death cry in the back of my head. I could feel myself growling as a predator, sinking my teeth in like a prowling tiger. I daydreamed with open eyes, watching the red of the meat pulse with an invisible heartbeat. And somewhere in the distance, I could hear Stevie say something, but I couldn't make out the words. I bit down hard and tore away. My teeth ached as if they were pushing themselves out of my mouth, reaching for more meat. And with every passing second, the restaurant faded away until something cold splashed across my face. I was lying on the floor. My work friends were standing in a circle around me. One of the waiters called an ambulance. My hands were covered in grease. I'd grabbed the steak right off the plate with my bare hands. There were bite marks on my forearm, deep ones, still bleeding. I had to get my arm stitched up. According to Stevie, I'd gone completely feral. I'd torn that steak up, reached across to Luke's pork chop and grabbed that too. When I couldn't immediately grab more meat, I'd fallen to the floor, biting my own arm like I was trying to subdue a prey animal. They'd never seen anything like it. Some kind of episode, Stevie said. We're worried about you. Doctors didn't know what to make of it. Some kind of chemical imbalance from a sudden shift in diet, combined with stress and physical recovery. It didn't help that I'd been drinking. Not much, mind you, but enough for it to affect me. They couldn't point to a single instigating factor, and instead prescribed me a kind of anti-anxiety medication. They were just throwing darts at the wall at that point. Coming home, I noticed something peculiar. There was a crack in the side of my cast. I'd just been at the hospital, and it had been fine, so it must have happened recently. I thought about going back there, but I flexed my leg a little, and it felt fine, and in a couple of minutes the whole cast peeled off. My leg was healed. Now, I'm no doctor, but I couldn't feel anything wrong with it. I could put pressure on it, walk, flex my foot, not even a hint of pain. The only thing I could point out as being unusual was a strange skin growth on the left side of my thigh. At first I thought it was a long strand of hair, but it was too thick and covered in skin. Touching it didn't hurt, so I just broke it off and held it up. I got a little spot of blood from it, but nothing major. The thing was moving when I held it up, contracting over and over, like a dying insect. Or like the leg of a shrimp. I got a call from my boss the following morning. They insisted I took some time off, in accordance with my doctor. They were eager to have me back, but I had clearly not adapted to the new circumstances. It was a very diplomatic way of saying I was making people uncomfortable, and that they needed some time before they could forget that mental image of me gnawing on myself like a wild animal. But that just gave me more time to experience things on my own. I made a long list of things I was going to eat: pork, chicken, turkey, maybe something a bit more unusual like alligator, at least 3 kinds of fish, crab, and every kind of fruit I could find at the supermarket. Then again, fruit didn't excite me as much. There was just something about biting into meat that was way more satisfying. I enjoyed the taste of fruit and veggies, but there was something about the texture of meat that I couldn't make sense of. Then again, this was my first time experiencing food. There was no way for me to know this wasn't normal. When I got back from my shopping spree, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands. I noticed something in the bathroom mirror. My eyes looked different. The pupil looked rectangular. I figured it was a trick of the light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. But I was too excited to care. I was gonna have a field day. So I washed my hands, splashed some water on my face, and hurried into the kitchen. At first, I was systematic, putting out little samples of things, bite-sized nuggets of meat, ready to be plopped down in a single gulp. I prepped a couple in the frying pan, others in the oven. I'd bought a new air fryer to try out some combos. I put on some music and had a blast. Everything was so rich, so succulent. Different textures, different flavors, and a world to discover. I could imagine the salty sea running between my fingers as I bit down on the crab meat. I could feel the texture of the feathers as I slurped up a slice of turkey. I adored it. Every last second of it. I spent close to 13 hours that way, just eating, eating, eating. The shops closed and opened, and I was first in line to get more. I must have looked like hell. That's what the look on the cashier's face said, at least. I would fall asleep at the dinner table, still holding my next piece of meat. A chicken wing, a tomahawk steak, an honest-to-God cheeseburger. I'd close my eyes and keep eating, dozing off between bites. It was heaven. Well, I didn't know it at the time. I kept it up for 49 hours total. I was in this meat-stained daze, not knowing what was happening around me. I'd missed calls and appointments, emails, bills to pay. I hadn't paid attention to any of it, and my systematic approach had completely fallen out the window. It was a marathon. When my kitchen ran empty, I lumbered to the bathroom. My stomach felt like wearing a backpack on the front, like an imbalance. I had to lean my arms against the wall to keep myself from tipping forward. I was scared to look in the bathroom mirror, but I did it anyway. The pupils of my eyes had gone horizontal. The skin of my left leg had hardened into a kind of shell. My teeth had grown long and jagged. My nails curled into claws, and throughout my hair I could find these long hollow tubes, like the growing feathers of a baby bird. My tongue was thick and discolored, my skin turning a reddish brown, with white milk-like spots. I just stared at myself, not grasping that this was a mirror. It showed me, but it wasn't me anymore. And when that realization hit, two thoughts struck me at once. One, that I was destroying myself, that this whole ordeal was what my mother had tried to avoid. Two, that I didn't want to stop. I needed to keep going. I went through my mother's things in between meals. It is hard to piece together a life after it's gone, but it's even harder when you think you already know what it looks like. But my mother's life was very different from what I imagined. Sure, my father was a mystery. There was no mention of him anywhere, except that they met at a punk concert back in the 90s. But she'd lived a very full life since then. She'd had friends, lovers, and plans of her own. But one thing stood out in particular: how I'd lost my brown hair and eyes. From what I could tell, she'd hurt herself in some way, and after that, I'd changed. It was around that time where I'd gone from breastfeeding to being bottle-fed. A thought hit me, an uncomfortable one. I thought back on what I'd done with that steak, and the way I'd torn into it. Could I have done something similar to my mother? Had I always been like this? I tried to find more answers, more pictures, more anything. All the while I ate. When I ran out of meat, I had the fruit. When I ran out of fruit, I had the veggies. Then the butter, the yogurt, the ice cubes in the back of the freezer. At one point, it was 3 in the morning, and I was feverishly going through a photo album from my high school years. Nothing interesting, but I realized I didn't have anything left to eat. And yet, I was still chewing, looking down. I had started pulling out the buttons from the remote control and crunched them up like they were plastic cashews. I didn't care. I just had to eat. I gnawed on anything and everything. The leg of the kitchen table, the copper wire going to my bedside lamp. I smashed a wine glass on my cutting board and ground it up into something resembling salt and ate that too. I didn't feel a thing. It was just more texture. Wonderful, filling texture. I was in a daze. And the next time I looked myself in the mirror, I could barely comprehend it. When change happens rapidly and naturally, it is hard to notice. You don't really see it until you slow down long enough to care. If you've been running a marathon, you don't stop halfway through to weigh yourself. You wait until you're done. It was the same for me. I didn't realize the changes until I'd slowed down long enough to reflect on them. I wasn't human anymore. My hands had turned into this amalgamation of hoof and claw. My back was bent over with a fish-like ridge running along my spine. My eyes had 3 different colors, and one of them were coming out of the socket. If I concentrated, I could move it in and out, like the eye stalk of a crab. A couple of my teeth had turned to glass and ceramic. I could spot copper cables running under parts of my right bicep. Anything and everything I'd consumed with gusto had integrated into me, one way or another. I couldn't call for help. My fingerprint didn't register on my phone lock. I couldn't make words in my mouth to speak. I'd turned into a flesh prison. You are what you eat. I'd lose track of time. One day I'd have a tail dragging after me. Another I'd have a wing instead of an arm. My whole body was bubbling, like a boiling cauldron, shifting with every bite. But with nothing left to eat, it was devouring itself, eating the last parts of me that were human. I'd awakened a process that couldn't be stopped, and it would turn on itself instead of letting me starve. There was no one to call for help. I could barely close the blinds to my windows. I spent most of the time in the shower, drinking water straight from a busted pipe. I'd spend hours there, drinking, watching myself mutate. I could even affect it, in a way. Another finger, I'd think, and there'd be another finger. But it was getting harder to think, to comprehend, to put thoughts together in a way that made sense. Perhaps more things changed than I realized. After all, the brain is as much an organ as the heart, the throat, and the tongue. I'd lose long periods of time to a hazy blur. I remember snatching a bird off the windowsill and eating it whole, like popping a grape. I'd walk around gnawing on the curtains like they were long strands of spaghetti. But in a way, I knew I was losing myself. Whenever I had a moment of clarity, I could feel my heart sink into that empty pit in my stomach. I'm going away, I'd think. I'm losing myself. So with every fiber of my being, I grabbed a piece of paper, bit my finger and wrote in blood, "Stay human." It's difficult to describe the mind of an animal. A part of you disappears. You don't think about inconvenience or what-ifs. You think about your next meal, where to sleep and where to get water. You don't care if you knock over a lamp or pull out a cable. It's just noise. I remember watching that paper, knowing it said something, but the symbols didn't mean anything. It turned from words to scribbles. At one point I mistook them for droppings and started to look for mice. Didn't find any. I didn't consider myself lost. I didn't consider anything. And for days I lumbered back and forth, turning my home into a nest. Then at some point the symbols made sense. A rare moment of clarity. Stay human. I knew it was temporary. A matter of minutes, maybe an hour. I had to think of a plan. Something. Anything that would make me stay human. Everything pointed to me taking on the properties of what I ate. So if I wanted to make myself human, there was only one solution. One grotesque, unthinkable solution. Now, I could find something tasteful in everything I ate. Anything from glass to copper to wood and bone. But having to eat human meat to find myself, that was a line too far. But what choice did I have? I made a plan. It was a long shot, but it was the only one I could think of. I could feel myself slipping, so I tried to remember 3 things. The color of the building I had to go to, the direction I had to move, and that there was meat there. Color, direction, meat. I repeated it like a mantra. I remember standing by the front door, pressing my head against the wood. I could hear someone taking their sweet time to lock up and leave in the hallway outside. Please just go, I prayed. You have to go." By the time they were gone, so was my mind. All that remained was color, direction, and meat. I made it outside. I followed the direction, looking for the color. A yellow building just down the street. I would run through the dense woods on all fours, thundering like a hoofed gorilla. I could feel my body changing to sustain the momentum, my arms growing heavy. I had to force myself to keep going, to stay focused on the task at hand. There were so many distractions. Cars in the distance, voices, bright lights casting shadows of potential prey. But I followed the direction in my mind, and I saw the building with the color, and I knew there'd be meat. I didn't even notice the locked door. I walked straight through it like it was made of paper. There was no guard there, thankfully. If I'd had the mind to read, I would have noticed the sign of County Morgue. I would know what the smell from the metal boxes meant. But in the mind of an animal, you don't care about the name of your prey. You don't give meaning to your actions. You just take what you want and make it your own. So that's what I did. I'm not going to go into detail. I can't. I remember every bite, but I can't bring myself to put it into words. A man who died from a heart attack, an older woman who'd broken her neck. I pulled them out and did what animals do. Meat, bone, organ. Later, the papers would say it was a bear. They weren't entirely wrong, I suppose. I lumbered home, dragging my bloated stomach through the woods. I'd feel my senses returning to me, a mind becoming human. But with that realization came understanding in what I'd done, and the searing emotional pain that ensued. I lay there among the berry bushes and the blue sunflowers outside my apartment complex, hoping no one would see me, as I waited for an opportunity to go home. But honestly, at that moment, I think I rather would have died. So here we are, back at the start. Can't eat. My hair has grown out into a mix of black and gray, a combination of the two people missing from the morgue. My face still looks like my own. I guess that part was still buried somewhere deep in me. I'm a little taller, and a little heavier, but my colleagues have chalked that up to a change in diet. I've gone back to an all-puree lifestyle. That same old bottle pushing straight into my gut. I can't allow myself to be lost to sensation again. I treat myself to some fruit every now and then, and the occasional drink, but I don't eat full meals. I don't want to tempt fate any more than I already have. I'm back at my job, and I think I'm doing all right. People are looking at me like they always have. No one questions that I've gone back to what works for me. They could see for themselves that something didn't quite sit right when I started eating. They didn't want to see that roughie again, and that's fine with me. Of course I want to know more, but the only person who could tell me for sure has passed on. There are no more leads, no more signs. The only thing I could find was a curiosity among my mom's old letters. I'd missed it once because it was stuck in her collection of birthday cards, but there was a handwritten note from an anonymous sender. I told you not to breastfeed him. No name, no signature, just messy handwriting on a crumpled up piece of yellow paper. All in all, life goes on. I know I'll never really be like everyone else, but I think that's okay. I can pretend for as long as I need to. Maybe it's okay to be a tainted truffle pig, as long as I don't go looking for something to eat. But if I'm honest, sometimes I wonder, if I gave in, fully, and let myself run loose, if I consumed anything and everything, what would that make me? If I put it all into a single package, what would I become? Truffle pig, truffle pig. Look, but don't taste. It started small. I'd turn off the TV and see my wife standing at the edge of the hallway, half in shadow. No phone, no water, no reason to be there. She wasn't doing anything, just standing, watching. I asked if she needed something. She didn't answer, just turned around and walked away. I figured she couldn't sleep. But it kept happening. I'd find her in different places, always in the dark, standing in the bathroom doorway, crouched behind the kitchen counter, pressed into the corner of the guest room closet. She never said anything, never moved until I acknowledged her. Then she'd calmly walk away like nothing happened. One night I caught her staring into the turned-off television for nearly an hour, unmoving, barely blinking. I asked what she was doing. She just said, "I'm listening." I set up cameras, one in the hallway, one in the living room, one in the bedroom. First 2 nights, nothing. Third night, at 2:14 a.m., she stepped into the bedroom frame and stood at the foot of the bed, completely still. She didn't blink for 12 full minutes. Her mouth was slightly open. Then she left. I showed her the footage the next day. She stared at the screen in silence, then said, "I don't remember that." She didn't ask me to delete it. She just went into the bathroom and locked the door. Things escalated. I found blood on the hallway light switch, smears on the inside of the closet door, a towel soaked and folded under the sink. She claimed it wasn't hers. That was all she said. I woke up once to find her on the floor next to the bed, lying flat on her back, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Another night, she was under the kitchen table with cotton stuffed in her mouth. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't speak. When I tried to touch her, she flinched and backed into the corner like I was someone else. She started recording me. I didn't realize until I noticed a blinking red light behind the mirror. There were cameras in the vents, one inside a cereal box, another behind the toilet, aimed at the door. I confronted her. She didn't deny it. She said, "You weren't looking. Someone has to." I left for 3 days. When I came back, every mirror in the house was gone. Not covered, smashed, pulled off the walls. I found dirt on the floor like someone had been walking barefoot in circles. The hallway walls were scratched, not with words, but with long, jagged gouges. The kind people make when they panic and can't speak. That night, I woke up to her straddling my chest, not moving, just staring down at me. Her eyes were unfocused. Her face was pale. There was dried blood on her jaw. I couldn't tell if it was hers or mine. Her hands hovered above my throat but never touched me. Then she leaned in, like she was trying to hear something inside my body. In the smallest voice, she whispered, "You have to keep watching me. If you look away, I forget how to stop." I blinked. She was gone. The back door was open. The driveway was empty. And there was a hammer sitting next to the front door. It was still warm, still wet. She hasn't come back. Now I wake up to sounds that aren't there. Soft footsteps on carpet, a breath outside the bedroom door, clicks in the hallway like someone testing the lock over and over. Last night I opened my phone and found 39 new videos I never took. They were all of me, eating, sleeping, brushing my teeth, all from behind. Always just far enough away that I never noticed. In the final video, I'm standing in the living room, looking down at something on the floor. The camera tilts and I see her body. Her face is split open, her arms bent backward, her mouth smiling. She's mouthing something over and over. I slowed it down frame by frame. The words are clear. "You blinked." Airports make my skin crawl. Not anything about the building itself, but everything that comes with it. The constant squeaking of shoes against newly polished tile, the sound of crying babies, and the murmured apologies of their parents. And the smell, too. The airport in general was a mess of various scents, some pleasant, like freshly baked pretzels, and some not so pleasant, like the stench of body odor. It was a sensory nightmare, and I avoided it whenever I could. I was content with living the rest of my life in my little town, in the same country. However, fate had other plans. One of my friends, Julian, told my mom he was heading across the country for school. She saw it as the perfect opportunity to get me out of the house. I applied thinking my grades were too low to matter. But since God hates me, I got in. The plan was set. Julian would have already arrived at New York before I even left, meaning he would pick me up the moment my flight landed. Before I knew it, the day arrived and Mom was dropping me off at the airport. "It's time to grow up, Marin," Mom said, placing a hand on my shoulder. After one final hug and goodbye, she left, leaving me utterly alone, gazing up at the sterile edifice towering over me. Before I entered, the smell of sanitation spray and coffee wafted through the automatic doors. I checked my watch. 3:30 a.m. With a sigh, I entered the airport, my suitcase rolling behind me. I weaved through families, businessmen, and employees alike until I finally reached a respite, a large screen with some dated software, displaying flight times. Scanning the list, I found mine. Gate 5, 5 a.m., New York. I was granted a short amount of relief that was instantly dashed when I saw the flight below mine. Everything matched. Same gate, same flight, same time. Except for one thing. NWE, York. I frowned, squinting in the dim light. I couldn't be right. I knew the airport was old, but surely they wouldn't miss such an obvious mistake, right? It was something so trivial, but it bothered me to no end. I hobbled over to a worker and alerted her of the error. She just blinked twice before snorting. "First time?" she asked, and I nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, I thought so. Don't worry, I'm sure it's just a glitch. Nothing for you to worry about." Her tone was nonchalant, and I felt myself relax just a little bit. She was right. What was I worrying about? The technology looked like it was made in the 90s, and the airport was built in the 50s, and I was worried about a simple misspell. It was just the nerves talking, and yet, despite repeating the same mantra in my head countless times, I couldn't get rid of the feeling of dread looming over me. I sat at the terminal for around 20 minutes, just watching the people around me and thinking about nothing. Eventually, the PA system came on, and the automated voice announced my flight's boarding time. Now boarding Group A for Flight 5B to JFK International, departing from Gate 5. I looked up and saw a large gathering of people at a gate nearby. The crowd moved as one, shuffling forward like a line of ants. I grabbed my bag, took a deep breath, and walked into the mob. There was a woman who was taking the tickets. She wore the traditional uniform for most workers at the airport and wore a stoic expression. "Ticket?" she said, holding out a hand. I handed her mine, and she checked it. Her eyebrows furrowed for a moment. My heart stopped. Were there problems with my ticket? Was she going to ask me to step aside? She checked the screen again, then at me, before nodding once and stamping my ticket. I breathed a sigh of relief. The line progressed slowly until finally I was on the plane. It was not what I was expecting. I've heard many stories from my friends about airplanes being noisy, with people chatting away, or the sound of children playing with toys. It was dead silent. Not in a peaceful way, though. It was a foreboding silence, like the kind you'd expect from a funeral home. I was sat beside an older woman who, from what I could tell by my peripheral vision, was staring directly at the back of the seat in front of her. I know this doesn't sound weird, but when I say staring ahead, I mean she didn't move at all, not even to blink. The entire time. And it wasn't just her, it was everyone on the plane too. I couldn't see much because the seats were in the way, but I could tell that they were all just sitting there not moving a muscle. Out of fear of drawing attention, I sat just as stiffly, my shoulders hunched. My other neighbor, a businessman, settled into his seat with a sigh. He took out his laptop and opened it, the screen lighting up the area around us in an unnatural glow. Now being able to compare what a normal person looked like on the plane to everyone else, the oddities of the others were even more apparent. As I redirected my attention back to my surroundings, my heart stopped. The older woman was now glaring at the businessman. Her gaze was intense, as if she were trying to burn holes in the side of his head. The passengers in front had also turned around and were watching him work. My breath quickened as I glanced around the cabin. Everyone was doing the same thing, watching this man type away on his laptop, who was completely oblivious to the attention he was getting. When he lifted his head to stretch and saw the dozens of eyes staring at him, his face paled. He didn't say anything, but I could see the panic in his eyes. He shifted in his chair, head darting from one passenger to another, before finally settling on me. I could see the question in his gaze, the silent plea for help, but I had no answers. I didn't know the rules, but at that moment I knew he had broken one. I just shrank in my seat, clamping my eyes shut. I didn't dare open them again, not even when the man's typing had stopped. All I could hear was the soft hum of the engine, nothing that indicated there was anything living or breathing on this plane. When I did open my eyes, the seat to my left was empty, not even an indent of where he sat. Now, I wasn't really the superstitious type, nor was I the type to believe in the supernatural or paranormal, but I also couldn't deny what had just happened before my eyes. Whatever the explanation was, something was seriously wrong. My mind was racing with questions, but I couldn't focus on any of them. All I could do was try to keep calm and remain still, careful not to let my breath get too loud or uneven, as it seemed like the smallest disturbance could draw unwanted attention to myself. Suddenly, the screens that were embedded into each seat turned on, and I just barely managed to fight off the urge to gasp. However, I did flinch, prompting my neighbor to turn her head ever so slightly towards me. I froze, stared straight forward, and waited until she had returned her gaze back to the screen. Once she had done so, I let out the breath I was holding in. A safety video started playing, which was strange since we had already taken off, but this was far from the strangest thing about the plane, so I didn't question it. It was a rather standard video, the type that you would see on any other commercial airline, with gray animated characters showing how to fasten the seatbelt. I followed along with the animation and strapped myself in. Click. All at once, however many people were on this plane also strapped themselves in with a unified click. I was off by a few milliseconds, but either those things didn't notice, or were too distracted by the few stragglers who were off by several seconds. Others like me and the businessman, I assumed. Once again, the attention of the old woman, and assumedly all the other passengers, were focused on the latecomers. I didn't need to see to know that they too disappeared without a trace, just like the man next to me. The video continued and text appeared on the screen. I couldn't even read it on account of how many letters were mixed up. It was like a keyboard mash, and I couldn't make out a single word. But somehow, I still got the general message. Follow the instructions or face the consequences. At that point, I was pretty sure the consequences were death, so for the rest of the video, I followed along with whatever it instructed, making sure I did everything exactly right, down to the second. But it just kept going, odd request after odd request, with no rhyme or reason. Press the call button 3 times. Hold your breath for 10 seconds. Close your eyes for 5. The list just went on. One by one, the remaining humans on the plane were picked off. A man coughed during the 10-second holding session. He was gone. Another person forgot to put their phones on silent. They were gone. A baby started wailing in the back while the mother tried desperately to calm it. I shut my eyes and willed the tears forming in them to stay, the lump in my throat to go down, and my heart to stop its rapid thumping. No rhythm that might set me apart. The crying ceased instantly. They were gone. Soon I was the only human left on the plane. I like to think that maybe someone else was as good as me at following the instructions, and maybe they made it through unscathed, but I had no way of knowing. After around an hour, the video finally ended, leaving me with nothing but the faint droning of the plane's engine. For hours I was slick with sweat, and my heart hammered at a pace a hair's breadth away from bursting. My lungs ached, desperate for a deep breath, and my muscles burned from tensing up. But I dared not move. The plane was just supposed to travel across the country, maybe an hour or two, but the flight had long passed that. Fear subsided, replaced with a numbing, all-consuming sense of monotony. The boredom was unbearable, so I tried to distract myself by counting the number of breaths I took, or how many times the lights above my head flickered. It was the only way to keep me sane. That boredom gave way to exhaustion, gradually wearing down my body until I felt like I could barely keep myself upright. My eyelids became heavy, and it became harder to focus on anything around me. I couldn't even tell if I was still on the same plane or not. Everything was starting to blur together. I concluded that, if I were to die, then having it happen in my sleep wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So with that thought in mind, I let my eyes close and cast myself into the void of unconsciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for choosing as your preferred airline. We hope that you choose to fly with us again. Local time is 9 p.m. and the temperature is a nice 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Please enjoy your visit to NWE York. I was jolted awake by a voice crackling through the speakers, announcing our arrival to New York. I had finally arrived. I forced the memories of the trip out of my head, forced myself to ignore the empty seats around me and the blank stares of the passengers, and walked out of the plane, rolling my luggage behind me. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest when I saw Julian's form standing in the lobby, holding a sign. I was nearly about to sprint towards him and give him the biggest hug of his life when I noticed something off about him. That big, dopey smile was gone. His face was a blank page, and his eyes didn't spark with life, even as they met mine. And the sign he was holding read, WLECOME to NWE York. MAIRN. It was a peaceful Friday morning, 4 a.m. I had awakened to my husband getting out of bed per usual. I just rolled over and fell back asleep for another hour. My alarm blared through my phone and I got out of bed, made breakfast and woke the twins, Millie and Milo. They ate, got dressed, fed the dog, and I took them to school. Everything was normal, then went to work. At 1:50 I picked the kids up, told Milo to stop kicking the back of my seat as he giggled about how much fun he had at school, Well, Millie gasped and laughed at his special effects he added when describing it. We got home and I cut up strawberries for the kids as they did their homework. 6:30 rolled around and I waited for my husband Leo to walk through the door, but he didn't. Probably was running late. Milo watched TV as Millie drew pictures from the show they watched. As it got late, I worried where he was. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" Millie asked with her big hazel eyes staring up at me. "Work," I answered as I ruffled her hair. "Anyway, it's 8. Time for bed." "No," she shrieked, trying to run as I picked her up. "Milo, run!" She giggled as I tickled her. I made my way to the couch as Milo perked up. Not the tickle monster of bedtime," he yelled. I scooped him up too and carried them up to their rooms. "Bedtime, you two. PJs on and teeth brushed," I instructed. Our Rottweiler Bacon jumped up the stairs and wagged his tail as I walked over and pat his head. As I descended the stairs, Bacon trotted behind, still wagging his tail and panting. "Mom, I'm ready for my bedtime hugs," Milo called 15 minutes later. I sighed and got up from the couch and went to his room while I heard Millie still brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Milo sat up in his bed with space sheets as he clutched onto an alien plush I had gotten him. "Mom, I have a question," he said with a grin on his face that let me know he had a plan. "What's up, my astronaut?" "Can me and Millie have a new and later bedtime?" Milo asked with the charming smile from his father. "Since me and her are big kids now." "You asked the same thing yesterday." I rolled my eyes and smiled. "You're 7. Maybe soon, bud. Now bedtime." I kissed his forehead and shut the light off before exiting. Mom, look, my teeth are all clean," Millie exclaimed as she ran up to me. "I'm like a shark." "I see. Well, come here. It's time for the little shark to sleep." I picked her up and booped her nose as I carried her to her bed. She thrashed in my arms, giggling as she flailed her arms around. I sat her down on her bed and pulled the blanket up onto her. "Mom, when's Dad coming back? He reads me my ocean books," Millie asked, crossing her arms. Soon. Now bedtime." I kissed her forehead and again turned out the light and left. I went downstairs and sat on the couch to watch some random movie. I began to feel scared as the hours ticked by without Leo coming home. Time passed by fast, and next thing I knew, I was waking up to my husband coming through the door staring at me before rushing up the stairs. I sat up to follow, but Bacon whimpered before I could stand. So I stayed on the couch. Next day. I yawned as the sunlight peeked through the blinds. I got up as Bacon followed me into the kitchen to start on some breakfast. As I got the stuff ready for pancakes, Bacon just plopped down in the corner of the kitchen watching me like a hawk as I cooked. I guess the smell of scrambled eggs and pancakes woke the twins as they came down the steps and into the kitchen. Milo sneezed, which made me turn around to see him wrapped in a blanket, with a red nose and tired eyes. I served up 4 plates of breakfast, and set it to the side as I went and gave Milo some medicine, despite his weak protests, before propping him on the couch with his plate and a fork. As I was about to head back to the kitchen, I heard a loud thud from the room. I guess Bacon heard it too as he appeared at my side. I started up the stairs before I heard a small whine from Bacon. I thought I stepped on his paw, but he just sat at the bottom, looking at me with pleading eyes. I continued up and heard him treading behind. I reached our bedroom and saw my husband just standing at the window, extremely still. I didn't think he was even breathing. Bacon growled and clamped his jaws on my shirt when I was about to go in. Leo turned to me with empty eyes and a smile so wide it made me uncomfortable. His hair was matted and he had bags under his eyes. He walked stiffly and went down the stairs without acknowledging me or Bacon. I followed as I felt something off. "Mommy?" I heard Milo scream in unison with Millie. I rushed down and saw my husband pulling on Millie's arm as she fought him with fear in her eyes. "Leo!" I shouted. He turned with the same creepy smile, and if anything it was wider. I ran between him and Millie and tried to pry his hand off her arm. He pushed me to the floor, and then I heard that time-freezing pop that filled the room with silence, then screaming as Millie cried. I shoved Leo to the wall. Millie scrambled away and Bacon barked at Leo with an aggressive tone I had never heard before from him. I ran to the corner where Millie sat sobbing, holding her shoulder. "Millie, are you okay?" I asked, panicking as I tried to hold her shoulder. Dislocated. I only knew since the memory of when I had dislocated mine one summer when I was younger. "Oh, Millie." I carried her to the car as Milo waddled behind, still wrapped in his blanket. Bacon cried and followed behind and jumped into the car. I rushed to urgent care. It was closer than the ER. A woman, maybe late 30s, sat at the desk typing away before she raised her focus to us. "Yes?" she asked in this emotionless tone. "My daughter. She's dislocated her shoulder." I gasped slightly, holding Millie, who was still sobbing out. "All right, I guess Ramirez can take you." She said dismissively before returning to typing on her computer. "Just fill this out," she said, pushing a clipboard toward us. I filled it out, and a woman with gray hair pulled into a tight bun called for us. "So what happened?" she asked coldly. "My daughter, her shoulder, it's dislocated." I choked. She raised an eyebrow and examined Millie. "Nothing is wrong or out of order. She probably just fell. Kids are dramatic." "It's dislocated. Did you even check?" Ramirez rolled her eyes. "She's fine. I did check. Don't coddle her and maybe she wouldn't be crying like this over falling off a slide." My blood boiled as I took my daughter in my arms. I took her to my car and just rested my head on the steering wheel. I sighed. "I felt it," Millie mumbled. I didn't know how to reply, so I just drove home while the kids slept. At home, I put them to bed for a nap. After, I berated my husband, yet with every word, his smile grew wider. This wasn't Leo. I grabbed a bag and packed my clothes. I need to stay at my mom's house, just for a little bit. While packing the kids' clothes, I heard a loud yelp from downstairs. Bacon came limping up the stairs and to my side trembling. A loud shriek boomed through the house as Bacon whimpered and pressed against my leg. I immediately threw the bag around my shoulder and grabbed the kids who carried their backpacks. As I crept down the stairs, I saw Leo on the floor, lying face down with a black goo spreading around his back. Bacon followed slowly. I opened the door slowly, carefully trying not to make a sound. Me and my kids, Bacon included, slipped into the dark night and speed-walked to the car. I put the twins in the car and told them to lay low just in case. I slipped Bacon into the trunk, and I guess he understood as he buried himself beneath the bags. I started the car and got in, but as I was about to close my door, I heard a deafening scream that didn't sound human, and saw my husband in the rearview mirror with his eyes fully white and blood and that strange black liquid dripping from his mouth, which was curled into a smile that I was sure would split his face in some way. He just stood by the door as I sped away. I drove and am at a rest stop as I am typing this. My kids crawled into the trunk and slept with Bacon. I'm just glad they're safe. I gave an anonymous tip to the police to check the house. So I'm tired. I'm just gonna sleep for a little bit. It started as a stupid accident. I was slicing chicken late at night, half watching some YouTube video when the knife slipped. A deep, clean slice across my left palm. I remember the sound before the pain, a sickening shk through skin and tendon. I swore, dropped the knife and clutched my hand. Blood poured out fast. I wrapped it in a towel, called urgent care, and drove myself with one hand. They stitched it up, 10 tight black threads, and the doctor said it would heal fine. Come back in a week. Keep it clean. That was 3 weeks ago. It still hasn't closed. Worse, it's wider now. I kept it clean, washed it carefully, applied antibiotic cream, but every time I unwrapped the bandage, the wound looked wrong. Not infected, just open, like the skin had forgotten how to grow. I went back to urgent care. A different doctor this time. He looked at the wound, frowned. Strange. Did you reopen it? No, I said. It just won't close. He restitched it tighter this time and gave me stronger antibiotics. I followed every instruction. 5 days later, I woke up to my bed sheets sticky with blood. The stitches had burst. The wound looked hungry, the skin on either side pulling apart, like it wanted to gape open. The meat inside looked darker, not infected, different, like something was moving just below the surface. I didn't go back. Something about the way the doctors touched it, how quickly they backed away, how they exchanged glances, told me they didn't want to see it again either. Instead, I kept it covered, started filming it, watching it. Every night, same setup, lights off, infrared camera from my job. I do AV installs. Lens fixed on my hand while I slept. I didn't expect to catch anything. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, I twitched and turned, scratched at it in my sleep. The third night, something came out. It was just a frame or two. Had to go frame by frame to see it. A dark, thin shape almost like a spider leg poked out of the wound. Then another. Then they slipped back in. The video ended with me mumbling in my sleep and rolling over. I watched it 10 times. That wasn't a dream. The wound pulsed around the edges, like it welcomed whatever that was. I haven't been able to sleep since. I keep watching it, keep recording. Every night the thing comes out for longer. On Thursday I saw what looked like a face, small, featureless, gray. No eyes press up against the inside of my hand, like it was testing the boundary. It stared up at me from the inside of my own flesh. I've started hearing whispers at night. They come from inside the walls at first, but eventually they settle around me, like static building inside my skull. It's always the same voice. Let it open. Let me out. Sometimes I dream I'm holding hands with myself, except the other me is hollow, and something is shifting behind his eyes. In the dream he says, "You split the veil. We never forgot." I don't know what that means. I'm not religious, not spiritual, not into weird rituals or anything like that. I just cut my hand. That's all. But I think whatever I cut into wasn't just me. Last night the wound reached my wrist. It didn't bleed, it just unzipped, smooth and silent, skin curled outward like pages peeling back. There's no pain anymore, just a low vibration like my hand is a tuning fork or something old and far away. I saw bones, mine, but they were moving, rearranging, making room. For what, I don't know. But it's getting closer to the elbow now. I can't go to a hospital. I know they'll cut the arm off, and I think it'll keep growing anyway. It doesn't want out of my arm. It wants out of here. If anyone reads this, listen to me. Don't cut too deep. Don't let your wound stay, because once it gets out, I don't think it'll go. It all started in 5th grade when I was 11 years old. It was a pretty normal Monday afternoon after school. My older brother and I were raised by a single mother, so she was often working late into the evenings. We lived in rural northeast Tennessee, and our backyard bordered the Cherokee National Forest. It's a valley community deep in the mountains, and there's not much to do there that doesn't involve the outdoors. A creek ran through our yard, and my brother and I would follow the creek up the mountain. If you followed it long enough, probably about 1.5 miles, you came to the source, which was a natural spring coming right out of the rock. There was a little waterfall that fed into a big swimming hole that we would frequently visit to swim in the crystal clear water. Many days were spent splashing around, or turning over rocks and catching crawdads, frogs, and snakes. On this particular day, we decided to climb to the top of the waterfall, where the mouth of the spring was. We didn't normally go up there because we were afraid of falling, but I guess we were just extra adventurous that day. I was laying on my back in the shallow water ahead of the drop. Not floating, it was too shallow, just laying on the smooth river rocks and looking at the clouds. My brother dared me to get closer to the edge. He called me a chicken and said I was too scared. He went and sat on the edge with the water flowing around him, looking down at the swimming hole. Well, I'm not a chicken, and I took his challenge. I went and sat right next to him on the ledge. I knew my brother was pretty mean, and I also knew he was probably going to pretend to push me to scare me. I decided I would flip the switch on him and jump off when he did. I don't know what possessed me to finally make the jump, but it's something we had talked about before. It wasn't a particularly tall waterfall, maybe 15 feet. Possibly less because I was a lot shorter back then. It probably seemed much taller than it really was. The water, likewise, wasn't some rushing river rapids, just a calm little creek. Like I suspected, he gave me a light, playful little shove, and without thinking I let myself slip off. I knew the swimming hole was very deep. We'd never been able to reach the bottom by swimming down, and we'd done all manner of things to try and gauge the depth. We had tied a rock to a rope and thrown it in, but the rope completely disappeared in the water. I don't know exactly how long the rope was, but it had to have been at least 20 to 30 feet. So, I wasn't worried about hitting any rocks or breaking my bones at the bottom. I dove in plenty of times from the ground, and I'm a good swimmer. While I was falling, I felt so alive. I laughed and screamed as I fell, and it felt like some of the rides at Dollywood, where we'd gone on vacation to before. I hit the cold water and felt myself plummet. I went farther down than I'd ever gone before, and just as I began to swim back up to the top, I felt a force pulling on my legs. It was suction, and I started getting pulled back down. Immediately I knew what was happening. I'd heard stories of this before. There is another swimming hole similar to this called the Blue Hole in nearby Carter County. There are underwater caves that have sucked in swimmers, who dove too deeply that drowned and whose bodies were never recovered. It had never occurred to me before that there could be underwater caves here too, so when I felt myself getting sucked down, I panicked. I let out a scream, which is the worst thing I could have done, and watched my precious oxygen rise through the blue-green waters and massive air bubbles. I breathed in water and began choking, all while seeing the light at the top get farther and farther away. Then blackness. I was pulled into the cave and I felt myself get smashed around algae-covered rocks. The cave grew so narrow that I could feel it squeezing my sides, and I knew that I was going to die. I remember my whole life flashing in front of my eyes like in the movies. I thought about my mom and became very sad that she would never find me. I thought about my brother, who's probably going to blame himself for my death even though it was my decision to jump. I think that I died. Or at least, I lost consciousness. Because the next thing I remember, I was waking up on the sand, coughing up and puking creek water. My brother had saved me. Apparently he jumped in after me but couldn't find me. He says I was underwater for at least 5 minutes, until I suddenly resurfaced looking blue and cold. He said he thought I was dead, and he pulled me out and pressed on my chest and belly until I spit up water. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I was very cold despite the warm weather. It was September, but here in the south, we were still shaking off the 100-degree heat of August. My brother was leaning over me asking if I'm okay. I couldn't really talk because my throat and lungs were burning, but there was something off about him that I couldn't place. He looked me in the eyes, and that's when it hit me. His eyes were green, but they'd always been brown before. I know they were brown because I had green eyes like our mother, and she always said he had our father's eyes, who passed away when I was an infant. I was pretty weirded out by that, but in my current state it was the least of my concern. Wordlessly I got up and started walking downhill back towards our house, my brother following close behind me. He was begging me not to tell our mom that he pushed me, and even though I wanted to tell him this was my fault, that I decided to jump, I just couldn't find the energy to speak. I was dead tired, and I had this awful, squirmy feeling in my belly that made me want to cry. As we got closer and closer to the house, my eyes started watering up, and I started feeling very sad. Like, hopelessly sad. Sad in a way an 11-year-old boy rarely ever feels. I also felt very afraid, like something really bad was about to happen. When we got to the little clearing we used to enter the woods, I saw my mom's car parked in the gravel driveway and I began bawling. I took off running. I don't know why. My body was acting entirely on its own at that point. All I know is that I was screaming and crying like a toddler and running as fast as I could towards the house. To put it frankly, I had a bad day and now I wanted my mommy. I sprinted up to the door, leaving my brother far behind, and ran inside and immediately into the arms of my mother who was sitting on the couch. I buried my face in her lap, covering her jeans with wet sand and tears. She put her hands around me and squeezed, asking what's wrong. Through sobs and sniffles, I told her everything. I told her that my brother, from here referred to as James, had pretended to push me, but that I jumped on my own to scare him. I told her about sinking to the bottom and everything going black, and how James had rescued me. By the time my brother came inside, I had calmed down a lot, and was sat on the carpet watching Dragon Ball Z. My mom scolded us both and reminded us that we weren't supposed to be going up there to the swimming hole without an adult. She grounded my older brother, but decided my experience was punishment enough for me, so he was sent off to his room, while I got to keep watching TV. Later that night, my mom was helping me with some homework and kept giving me these weird looks. I asked her what was wrong, and finally she said, "Your eyes are green." She said it like it was a question. I said, "Duh, Mom, they've always been green." She said she swore they were brown. She even got out old pictures of me, and sure enough, I had brown eyes in all of the pictures. But they were green now. It's kind of funny because she was freaking out that my eyes were green while I was freaking out that they had never been brown. This caused a bit of a stir in the house. She called my grandma, who also confirmed I had always had brown eyes up until now. She made an appointment for me to go to the doctor the next week, and I guess I tried to just put it out of my mind until then. The next day I went to school like usual, and a few kids commented on my eyes and how they didn't realize they were green up until now. I was, and still am, of the opinion that they've always been green, and I insisted as much. Everything else was like a normal day until just before recess. There was an emergency staff meeting called. Our teacher returned from the meeting with the AV cart and started plugging up the TV. We all cheered because we thought we were watching a movie. But when she turned it on, we were watching the news. A plane had just flown into the World Trade Center in New York City. It was Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. I remember very vividly when the second plane hit on live TV. I remember the collective gasp of 25th graders seeing mass murder for the first time. I don't think that I fully understood really what was going on, because initially they were reporting it as an accident. But after the second plane, it was clear that this was an actual attack. Right away I thought, it must be the Soviets. To my knowledge, up to that point, the Soviet Union was still around and the Cold War was still raging. I even asked the teacher if she thought it was the Soviets, and she gave me a weird look and told the Soviet Union was gone, and had been gone since before I was born. I told her she was wrong. I distinctly remember learning about the Soviet Union in social studies class, and that it was still our country's greatest enemy. She shut me down pretty quickly, and I checked my social studies book, which confirmed what she said. The Soviets were gone. Now I can chalk that up to my dumb little kid brain just mixing things up. But what I'm positive I didn't mix up was the movie Rambo 3. I loved all 80s action movies growing up. RoboCop, Terminator, Aliens, and yes, Rambo. I'd seen them all, and I knew that Rambo 3 was my favorite. It involved Rambo going into space and destroying a Soviet space station that was able to launch nukes from orbit. But when I watched it now, it was about Rambo in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets there. I thought that Afghanistan was actually part of the Soviet Union. I swore I remembered hearing about them taking it over in the 90s. I'm not exaggerating when I say I had to have watched Rambo 3 dozens of times by then. It played on TV all the time, and I'd always watched it if I could because it was my favorite. I can quote lines from the movie, and I very distinctly remember Rambo's sweaty face as he blew up the space station while he was still in it. He died at the end of the movie. I kept thinking, this new Rambo 3 must be a remake, or a prequel, or something. We didn't have the internet back then, so I couldn't just look it up, but I do remember asking about it at Blockbuster's Video, and the guy there having no idea what I was talking about. He suggested I was thinking of the James Bond movie Moonraker, but no. I'd seen that one too, and this was different, and a lot better. I digress. They sent us all home from school early that day, and my mom had to leave work to come pick me and James up. She had stopped on the way to get lunch from a diner we often visited. She wanted to surprise us with a quick lunch. When we got home, she handed me my food, a club sandwich and fries. She called it my favorite, and was clearly expecting to see me get excited when I saw it. I was more of a chicken nuggets kind of kid, and had, to my knowledge, never eaten a club sandwich in my life. I told her I'd never had it before, and she told me to stop being silly because it's what I got every time. I tried it, and hated it. The toast was too dark, and cut the roof of my mouth. The fries were good, though. On TV, every single channel was showing news footage of the attack. James was still grounded, so going outside and finding something to do with him was off the table. I ended up just laying in my bed playing Pokemon Red on my Game Boy until I drifted off to sleep. I dreamed of pitch-black cold water, and I felt like I was drowning again. I woke up, but I couldn't move. This was to be the first of many sleep paralysis episodes, which would continue to plague me up to this day. I didn't understand what was happening. All I knew was that I couldn't move anything besides my eyes. I tried to yell, but I couldn't make any noise. I started to feel very afraid, and the corners of my vision grew dark. I felt like I was falling, although I could see that I wasn't moving. It felt like I was being pulled out of my body, and I heard a rushing noise like water, like I was drowning. I looked to my right towards my bedroom door, and I saw someone peeking around the door frame. The person looked just like me, only he had brown eyes, like I did in the pictures. He looked furious. There was rage in his eyes that I can't describe. I'll never forget his one brown eye, the other side of his face hidden by the doorframe, gazing at me with pure, spiteful hatred. It scared me so bad, and I began desperately trying to move. Eventually, I managed to move my leg enough that it hung off the bed, and this snapped me out of it. I blinked, and I was gone. It was over. I gasped as I sat up on the bed and immediately began to scream for my mom. I probably sound like a huge baby, having cried for my mommy twice in this story already, but give me a break. I was 11. Mom consoled me and assured me it was just a nightmare. I slept with her that night because I was too afraid to be alone. I know I wasn't asleep. It would be years later, when we got the internet, after dozens of episodes that I finally learned what sleep paralysis was. After that day, life just kind of went on like usual. I went to the doctor and my mom asked about my eyes. He told her that they probably just look brown in the old pictures due to the light or the camera, because there's no way my eyes would have just changed color like that out of the blue. My mom brought up that on my birth certificate, it says that I have brown eyes. Doctor couldn't explain that, and I honestly don't think he even believed her. My mom never truly accepted this, but decided to let the matter rest. After all, there was nothing to be done about it anyway. We all just took it as one of those weird things that nobody can explain. Fast forward a few years to my freshman year of high school. Over the years I had pretty regular sleep paralysis episodes, but I still didn't fully understand it. I had become extremely religious. My family are Orthodox Christians, and our priest was the only adult in my life that took me seriously when I described my sleep paralysis episodes. I told him that I thought I was being possessed when it happened, because that's what it felt like. It felt like my soul was being pulled out of my body. Well, our priest, Father Tikhon, didn't want to scare me. It was clear he was also concerned that I was experiencing could be demonic in nature. I don't think that I believe that now. Not quite, but at the same time, an adult validating my fears and offering solutions was a godsend. No pun intended. He told me when it happens to repeat the prayer we use with our prayer ropes, sort of like a Catholic rosary. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. So that's what I did. Every time it would happen, I would say in my head, since I couldn't speak, the prayer over and over until it stopped. This seemed to work, and as long as I said the prayer, I didn't see the version of me with the brown eyes. That version never grew up, by the way. He remained 11 as I continued to get older. The attacks were much shorter and less scary. Eventually, after I'd been through it hundreds of times, I wasn't even really scared by it anymore. I just said my prayers, and that was that. I followed the full Orthodox prayer schedule. For the Orthodox reading this, you know what a task that can be. I said the full Trisagion, plus all the extra morning prayers in the little red prayer book. If you know, you know. Then the midday prayers, and finally the nighttime prayers. If you recite all of them out of the book, word for word, that comes out to about an hour of prayer each time. So 3 hours of prayer a day that way. Plus I would do my prayer rope at least once per day, which was 100 knots. So 100 times every day. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. When I slipped and didn't say my prayers, I would have a bad episode. This enforced my belief that something demonic, or at least supernatural, was happening. One such day, I hadn't said my midday prayers or done my prayer rope. I was too busy focusing on a crush I had on a girl at school. I'd asked her out, and she said no. I was so upset that I let my prayers slip. I took a nap when I got home from school, not remembering my prayers at all, just thinking about the girl. I woke up from 3 loud, distinct knocks on my headboard. Bang, bang, bang. Very loud and clear. When I woke up, I was staring the child version of me in the face. The big brown eyes staring into my skull with pure venom. Immediately I started reciting the prayer in my head. Lord Jesus Christ. What? I couldn't remember. What was the next word? Lord Jesus Christ. Son of... Come on. Lord Jesus... He was slowly putting his face closer and closer to mine. His eyes locked onto me. Every time I caught his gaze, my mind would blank, and I couldn't say the words. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God. I stuttered. In my brain I stuttered, something I didn't even think was possible. I kept trying to say it in my mind, but I just couldn't get it out. Now he was right up against my face, his little cold nose pressed against mine. I could smell his breath, and it smelled like creek water. He said without moving his lips, "He doesn't care about you anymore." I shut my eyes tight. I could still feel and smell him. Jesus Christ, Son of God. God. I heard laughing. I opened my eyes and he was still staring me down, still furious looking. His mouth was open, but his lips weren't moving. My ears became very hot, and I could hear awful laughter all around me. Jesus Christ, Son of God, God, have... I was trying to choke it out. Almost there. Don't look at him. I heard the boy's voice again. He's not listening. Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy. I was stopped by the feeling of cold water rushing over my face. I opened my eyes and my younger self had a dirty-looking bottle of creek water. He was pouring it over me, choking me, drowning me. I screamed verbally, gurgling through the water. I screamed, "Oh God, please save me." And it was over. I sat up in a gasp like I always do and caught my breath. I dropped to my knees on the floor and pulled the prayer rope from around my neck. I started chanting and I completed the rope twice before I stopped. When I put the rope away, I realized that my bed was wet. I went over to the neighbor's house and stayed there until my mom and brother got home later that day. I didn't bother telling them about it because at this point, they didn't believe me anymore about the sleep paralysis. They were convinced they were just normal nightmares. Tennessee in the early 2000s, at least where I lived, didn't have stellar mental health care. Therapists were something that rich people had, not families like ours. I didn't have anyone to talk to about it besides my priest. To his credit, he advocated for me. He tried to talk to my mom about a potential exorcism. While my mom was an Orthodox Christian, she wasn't superstitious, and for her, it was more of a cultural thing than an actually supernatural one. She wouldn't let him do the exorcism, but agreed to let him bless our house, which is normally only done once per year. This blessing made me feel safer, but it didn't stop the attacks. Nothing as bad as that one would happen for a long time, so things kind of went back to normal. I'd have an attack, say my prayers, and get through it. It always felt like it set me apart from the rest of my family. They were all normal, happy people. Meanwhile, 2 to 3 times a week, I believed I was embroiled in spiritual warfare with my very soul. It continued like that for another 2 years, until when I was a junior I discovered something that stopped the attacks even better than religion. Drugs. I tried smoking pot for the first time with my friends and one of their older brothers. I loved it immediately. I felt so free and light and happy and giggly and hungry. That night when I slept, I didn't dream. No nightmares, no sleep paralysis, nothing. I hadn't slept like that in years, not since the incident at the swimming hole. By now, we didn't live in the sticks anymore. We'd moved into town and were living in a government housing project. The call center my mom worked at had closed down, and now she worked at McDonald's trying her best to make ends meet. We couldn't afford the house I grew up in anymore, so we had to move. I missed living in the country, but being in a town allowed me a lot of freedom I never had before. I could walk to my friends' houses and would regularly stop on the way home from school to hang out. I started smoking pot every chance I got because I knew they kept the attacks at bay. My brother and I had figured out how to connect to a neighbor's Wi-Fi, and so we had reliable internet for the first time. He showed me how to pirate movies and music, and I started downloading them, burning them to discs and selling them at school for a few dollars a pop. I used this money to buy pot, which I would secretly smoke every night before bed. I'm not lying when I say I never felt better. Getting a full night's sleep every night changed everything for me. Ironically, my grades actually improved once I became a certified pothead. Life kept going, and between pot, my goofball friends, and my desperate attempts to get a girl to like me, I fell away from the church. I gradually stopped my 3 hours of daily prayer, and eventually stopped going to church altogether. Life was good. I felt like a normal kid for the first time in years. I graduated high school and got my first job, and eventually my own apartment, which I rented with 2 of my friends. However, all good things must come to an end. And one day my weed dealer stopped answering his phone. Found out through the grapevine that he'd been arrested. I wouldn't be getting any weed anytime soon. It took about a month, but once all the THC was gone from my system, the nightmares came back. They soon turned to sleep paralysis, and just like that I was praying again. Only this time it didn't work. It didn't stop the attacks. I would have nightmares where the kid version of me would talk to me. He would tell me that God has abandoned me because I abandoned him. He said that when I prayed, God would simply laugh and turn away from me. He said that one day, he would kill me. I believe him because it still happens. He's never poured the water on me like he did that one day, but the choking continues. When it happens, I can't breathe. I can't think. I feel like I'm being sucked from my body and going somewhere far away, somewhere dark, cold, and wet. I know that this is how I'm going to die. I still pray, I struggle, I fight, and I get through it each time. Eventually I got married. Now I don't sleep alone much anymore, and when I have my attacks, my wife wakes me up. She can hear me softly crying out in my sleep. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I will suddenly feel as though all the energy is drained out of me and I become very, very tired out of nowhere. I'll want to lay down for a nap, but I know in these times that if I do, I will assuredly have an attack, and I'm deathly afraid that one day I won't wake up from it. Sometimes I accidentally fall asleep on the couch, and each time it gets harder and harder to get myself out of it. He visits me every time. He wants me dead, more than dead. He wants my actual soul to be destroyed. I believe that he wants my soul gone, so that he can inhabit my body and pick up where he left off. I believe that when I drowned that day, I entered an alternate universe and took his place, and he wants his life back. I don't know what will happen if he ever succeeds. I don't know what he will do to my wife or my friends. I hope I never have to find out. I have a plan. This weekend, I'm going to go back to my childhood home. I'm going to follow the creek up the mountain, and I'm going to jump off that waterfall again. I'm either going to die, or I'm going to wake back up where I belong, with my brother and his brown eyes. And maybe when I do, the brown-eyed version of me will wake up to see his brother's green eyes, looking back at him. Matthew 7:15. Sat in my attic typing this post, and I've cried all the tears I can cry. I feel sick. I feel terrified. He's downstairs right now, crawling around the house on all fours. I need advice. I need help. Dale was so funny. His smile was so infectious. His laugh that could brighten even the darkest of days. All of this complemented by his gorgeous green eyes and his thick brown hair. He loved the outdoors too, ever since we were knee-high childhood friends. Dale was always the one out from sunrise to sunset, racing around on his bike with the rest of the kids from the neighborhood. Water fights in the summer, snowball fights in the winter. As we both got older into our adolescence, he consistently had a sports meet to attend or some practice he was late for, always armed with a racket, a ball, or even a frisbee in his ultimate frisbee phase. Then we began dating right after university. His degree was in sports science, naturally, and mine was in psychology. When we ended up attending universities on opposite sides of the country, I thought mine and Dale's paths permanently split, going in different directions that the inevitability of time ensures with many friendships. Not us, though. I'd just turned 21. He was 22, and he sent me a message on July 24th. The date is significant, as 2 days prior was my birthday. Dale always jokes how he innocently got the dates mixed up. I have my suspicions he tactically waited to ensure his message didn't get the generic "thanks, means a lot" reply that I was pumping out to all the other friends. sending me birthday wishes after Facebook had prompted them to. Dale thought he was so clever. I suppose it did work. To this day, he keeps up the recurring joke that my true birthday is July 24th. He'll put out his social media posts then. He circles that date on calendars and annotates it with a big Ellie's birthday. Hell, one year he even organized a birthday shout-out on the radio for me. On the 24th. Anyway, I'm rambling. After he slid into my DMs, we began dating. We both fortunately bagged some pretty decent jobs in Edinburgh, Scotland. I work as a criminal profiler, and him as a PE teacher. Edinburgh was the natural pick. We both love the old Scottish folklore, tales of kelpies and sprites, and of course the Loch Ness Monster. Scotland has some of the best camping laws in the world. If you can walk around there, you can essentially camp there. The public have ramblers' rights, with mountains, moors, and forests all within legality to explore and camp. Naturally, dating the man I do, a camping trip within our first couple of months living here was a must. We waited for the warm, or as much as Scotland can offer, May weather, and began planning our route. We'd leave Edinburgh and head west, before driving north. This would take us directly to Galloway Forest, the biggest in the country, spanning over 300 miles. The forest is also a dark sky region, with the country limiting the light in this area to provide more starry nights. This of course creates some beautiful, but dark nights. This might be one of the reasons for the countless stories of mythical creatures and silly monsters that spew out of the region. We disregard this. Dale already had all the camping gear, a tent for us to share, a blow-up mattress, 2 sleeping bags, camp chairs. I wasn't joking when I said my man lived for the outdoors. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled, my reflection smiling back. Life really does have its way of working itself out. I head out the door with my reflection mirroring my behavior. I got you a wee surprise as well, my love, he said with a grin on his face, as he loaded the second chair into the back of the car. And what would that be? Well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? I smiled and gently punched his arm jokingly. He knew I hated surprises. The drive there was long, but the walk after we parked the car up was even longer. Dale insisted on going as deep into the woods as we could, away from the pesky civilization he constantly claimed was such a nuisance. We finally settled on a small clearing amongst the towering oak trees that surrounded us for miles. Dale sat his bag down immediately, unloading the equipment we'd hauled for miles. I also took a seat, but purely to admire the scenery, the peace, the silence. The silence that was broken by a deafening scream. The scream ripped through the air like a knife through butter, the acoustics of the forest making it seem endless, echoing around, making its point of origin or its proximity to us undeterminable. The only sound I could compare it to would be nails on a chalkboard, but with the volume of a sonic boom. I stood up from my perch on the floor immediately, looking at Dale in horror. I could see the slight panic on his face too, a juxtaposition of his typical calmness in stressful situations. "Babe, what was that?" I asked him with a mix of fear and anger. He paused, his eyes still scanning around the trees surrounding us hopelessly. I'm sure maybe a fox, or something." A fox? Dale, that sound did not come from a fox. It could be some sort of big cat. I mean, I read reports that they get brought over illegally and let out into the wild. I mean, in certain conditions they can... "You're telling me we could be sharing the woods with a mountain lion in Scotland?" Dale met my eyes, giving me a look of uncertainty. "Dale, we're leaving." "We can't. Sun sets in less than 45 minutes. The walk back to anywhere remotely civilized will take at least 2 hours. We can't do the walk in the dark. That'd be far more dangerous than anything that could have produced that sound." I looked at him with my mouth agape. I could see the uncertainty in his eyes, but he corrected this quickly, his concern easing and a wry smile beginning to break the tension. "You'll be all right, El. You were with me after all." I couldn't help but giggle. We soon forgot about the scream. After we set up the tent and got a small fire going, it soon began to get dark. We took this as our sign to crack open the bottle of wine we'd brought with us. Dale pulled the red from his bag along with 2 wine glasses. He filled them up and handed me mine. "I propose a toast," he said gallantly, "to my gorgeous Elle, who without whom I don't know what I would do, to this beautiful forest we found ourselves at the heart of, and to God." "Cheers, my love," I replied, clinking our glasses together. After that we just chatted the night away, watching the fire dance in front of us, holding hands, listening to the crackle of the kindling. "Think we're gonna need a wee top-up on firewood," Dale said. "Okay, babe, be careful." He rose from his perch on the log and marched off into the forest, a slight sway in his step from the alcohol. I giggled like a little girl, so in love, so happy at that moment. We went beyond the tree line into the darkness, and I heard him begin to break branches. Snap, 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 crack. An unusually loud, slightly different crack came from the darkness. I heard Dale gasp and then nothing. "Babe?" I said as I got up. "Babe?" I shouted with more urgency, running into the trees. I was immediately engulfed by darkness. The illumination of the campfire soon shrouded out by the trees. I kept shouting Dale's name, in a panic, scouring the dark forest floor as best as I could, searching for his potentially incapacitated body. The tears began to roll down my face and my heart pounded through my chest as every second that passed with no sign of him. Then I heard it. "El?" It was just a whisper, one that could have been mistaken for a gust of wind amongst the trees, but my heightened senses in this stressful environment urged me to pursue it. I looked in the direction I heard the whisper from. Up. I swore up and down it came from above me, in the dark branches of the trees that covered me from the night sky. As my eyes adjusted more to the dark, I saw it, the silhouette of a figure up in the trees. It looked to be reaching towards me, reaching out its hand, and then... "Ellie," a voice called from back at the campsite. "Dale?" I cried. I raced back to the campsite and saw Dale stood there. I ran up and embraced him, jumping into his arms with relief. "You're freezing," I told him, pulling my arms back away from his ice-cold skin. "Where's the firewood? How are you gonna warm up now?" I continued. "Something dropped down from the trees. A bat, maybe," Dale replied. I thought back to the silhouette I'd seen in the tree, much larger than a bat. I kept it to myself, though, not wanting to stress Dale more. "I think we'll just go to sleep now anyway. I don't really want to go back out there." "Oh, okay, my love. Let me get ready for bed." I began getting changed in the tent, watching as Dale just looked out into the woods. He was frozen, just staring into the same spot in the tree line he'd entered before, staring into the same dark abyss. "Are you coming to bed, babe?" I called. "Yes." "All right then," I thought. He was probably just spooked. We got wrapped up in our sleeping bags in silence, before turning off the small light illuminating the tent. I nodded off fairly fast, considering the circumstances. That's when it happened. Something woke me. I'm not sure what, or at what time, but my body instantly felt in a state of panic. I knew something was watching me. I opened my eyes ever so slightly, my long eyelashes covering the small slither of pupil in between my eyelids, enough to see without giving away that I was awake. Dale was sat up still in the dark. His legs were crossed and up very high, his knees uncomfortably close to his chest. His eyes were wide open, wider than I'd ever seen them, and he was staring right at me. My palms immediately started sweating and my heart raced once again. He was looking at me like some piece of meat, not blinking, no discernible emotion, just staring. I closed my eyes again, not moving, paralyzed in fear. I pretended to start waking up, stretching my arms. I heard his sleeping bag rustle, and when I turned over, he was sleeping again. I was stunned, lying there awake for the rest of the night until the comfort of the sunrise saved me. The next morning, Dale said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. Odd. The man spends every minute of his life outdoors and all of a sudden wants to pack up and leave. I didn't argue, instead beginning to pack up the stuff with him. The walk back to the car was silent, so awkward. Occasionally I'd turn around to catch Dale lagging behind, staring at me again. Every time he saw me look, he'd avert his gaze to somewhere else. Once we got back in the car, Dale complained he was too tired to drive, that he just wanted to rest in the back. I reluctantly agreed. He knew how much I hated long drives, but I suppose if he wasn't feeling well, I should probably cater to him. "What's wrong?" I asked him. "I just want to get out of the sun. I hate being outdoors," he replied. This was odd. I hate being outdoors. He must really not be feeling well. The whole drive he maintained his newfound unnerving stare. I could feel it now, burning into the back of my head. I could almost sense a feeling of danger. Every muscle in my body screamed at me for the entire car ride to pull over and run, but I didn't. And nothing happened. Yet. We got back this morning, with Dale taking himself off to bed almost immediately. I sat downstairs worrying about him. What happened to him out in the woods? Did he really just get ill? Why has he been staring so much? I decided I had to confront him. I marched up the stairs and placed my hand on the doorknob, preparing myself to open it, but I heard him scurry on the other side, as if he was hurriedly getting out of a compromising position. I opened the door to see Dale sat on the floor, his legs crossed and his knees uncomfortably close to his body once again. "Is everything okay, Ellie?" he asked. "What's going on with you? You've been acting so strange since the camping trip. Did I say something? Babe, please just be honest with me." "I'm fine, babe. I'm just tired." He smiled and chuckled. I looked at him closely. His smile was so hideous. His teeth stained a muddy brown. His laugh that made me feel nauseous with fear and intimidation. All of this exacerbated by his widened, pale blue eyes. Pale blue eyes. It was also at this moment I noticed he'd drawn all of the curtains closed to keep out the sun, an apparent hatred of the outdoors that my man loved so much. "When's my birthday, Dale?" I asked. His smile faded. His stare widened. "July 24th, of course." "My real birthday," I replied, noticing his eyes locked onto the calendar on the wall behind me. "That is your real birthday. It says it on the wall behind you. Ellie's birthday. You are Ellie." My heart dropped and a pit of terror opened up in my stomach. I felt tears begin to well in my eyes and a fear so primal I didn't know what to do. That man was not my boyfriend. Dale noticed my realization and stood to his feet in a singular, smooth, almost impossible motion. I looked at what he was holding, grasping a handful of dirt from the now empty plant pot on the bedside table. He maintained his stare, never breaking eye contact, as he slowly raised the dirt to his mouth, before hurriedly shoving it in there. He munched on it ferociously, like a ravenous beast, swallowing it without even a glimpse of discomfort. He licked the dirt surrounding his lips, savoring every morsel. "Go to the attic," he pointed up. The tears were now streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to speak, but the words almost refused to come out. I slowly turned and obliged, feeling his stare piercing the back of my head as I pulled down the stairs to the dark attic and climbed up. I barely reached the top when I felt them slam behind me. Darkness. I sat there for a moment, just thinking about what had transpired. Had I really just seen that? I felt a buzz in my pocket. Oh my god, my phone. I hurriedly reached my trembling hands into my pocket, pulling it out, the screen illuminated by a Snapchat notification. I had Wi-Fi, but this attic had no signal. I raced to type a Snapchat message to one of my friends, loading the app up, the waiting time taking almost an eternity. The message was from Grace, my best friend. I opened the chat. Grace. WTF. That's so horrible. You can be such a B-word sometimes. What? What was she even referring to? I scrolled to the message above that. A voice message sent only 3 minutes ago. Sent from me. My work phone's downstairs. Logged into Snapchat too. But what could it be? I tapped the message, and the sound that played was the worst sound I could imagine. Worse than that scream the other night. The sound of my own voice. I don't even want to repeat the things said on that voice message. And before I even had a chance to justify myself, Grace had blocked me. That was when I noticed more and more of these messages being sent. Sent to all my friends, to my work colleagues. It was only when I put my ear to the floor of the basement that I heard him, or should I call him it, recording these messages with an uncanny resemblance of my voice. That brings me here. I can hear it moving furniture around the house. I can hear it scuttling around. By the sounds of it, on all fours. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified for my life. For Dale's life. For all of yours. I turned my head to the mountain of boxes in the attic. Posters, paintings, and anonymous stuff sprawling out of them. There was one in particular that caught my eye. One of Dale's posters, labeled with a biblical passage. One that seemed to taunt me. Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves.